Shalom, 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 shalom.
Shalom, shalom.
What's going on, Elder Elishib?
Shalom, shalom.
Shalom, Elder Patricia.
All right. We got a whole lot of people here today.
Yes, sir, indeed.
All right. Y'all know how we do. It's a couple of things that we need to do in order to make this thing look the right way. So,
Elder Cortez, Tez.
Look like these folks been waiting on us to get it together for some time here, and we've gotten it together here, and once again we want to welcome everybody to another riveting edition of EOI Deep Basics.
Elder Dexter.
All right. I gotta find my thing, man. I ain't got the thing up here, man. I can't even see who in the chat. But we're gonna do what we can. I got you. So now, people starting to come on up in there.
Yeah, how you doing? I know you missed us a week.
We're gonna do what we can to try and have a very decent show for y'all today. Welcome to another episode of EOI Deep Basics. It's been a little while since we last met. We would like to welcome all the elders in the chat, which is the backbone of our success here at Elders of Israel.
All praise.
No other channel allows elders to provide their oblation and tithes in a live format.
Right.
It is a law that you tithe and give your wisdom freely.
Elder Jeriah. Jericho.
That's right.
Right they do.
And you see our elders in the chat doing that every week. Mm-hmm. We also want to welcome our detractors and hope some of this doctrine will rub off on them and that they will refrain from their satanic rituals.
Yeah.
All right. So Today, we look at the day of Pentecost. Some of you will be observing this high holy day very soon. You know what it means carnally, but today we will give you the spiritual explanation of Pentecost. You might be surprised to learn that it is different than what you have been told. Hopefully, we can discourage you from paying your Pentecost fees to the leaders of whatever camp you
or your church.
Yeah. Pentecost is supposed to be free.
Free. I had a feeling you was gonna say that.
Yeah, it's kind of consistent, ain't it? Yeah.
Man.
All right. So let's get on with it. The Most High said 3 times a year you must come before him. Passover, Pentecost, and Tabernacles. Carnally, that means you have 3 high holy days that you must observe 3 times in a year.
Mm-hmm.
Many people then spend huge sums of money to be in compliance with the churches, camps, and synagogues that tell you if you don't observe these feasts, you cannot receive salvation. Those observances are tokens or misrepresentations of what the Most High actually requires. Believe it or not, you don't need to perform these rituals any longer because we are under Christ.
Oh, praise.
Jesus.
Elder Anderson. I like to give him an
Praise the Most
introduction.
High. All right.
Got to give them they do when they walk in the door.
Absolutely. Jesus died to atone for the sins or carnal beliefs. That's what sin means. He died for the sins or the carnal beliefs that the people were following. All right.
Mm-hmm.
Atone means to explain.
Yeah.
Similar to fulfill.
Mm-hmm.
He converted from the carnal interpretation to the spiritual interpretation and began to explain or translate the meaning from carnal interpretation to spiritual interpretation. That is what the Day of Atonement is referring to. So, y'all might think I'm lying, because all of y'all think atone means to, apologize and feel sorry for and all that other stuff, but it don't mean that.
Christ
Let's prove it.
Christ said he was the atonement. Ain't it? Oh,
Yeah.
or did I spill the beans?
No, you
there?
spilled nothing because you didn't provide a precept.
Oh, I
Ah,
understand.
so let's go on ahead and go to Numbers 15,
Yeah, let's keep the law. Let's keep the law.
24 and see whether or not we can find something out, man.
Keep that old law.
Yeah, we want to see what's going on.
All right, let me know if you see this. If it switch, you guys got it?
Got a white line in the middle.
Okay.
Okay.
So for some reason, it didn't want to.
No. You're doing great. Now
How
we've
about
got
now?
something.
There
All
we
right.
go. There we go.
All right. Yeah.
All right. So we're going to Numbers. Acts.
We're going to Numbers
Okay. Yes, sir.
chapter 15 and
Threw me
verse
off.
24.
So when you take a little break, you got
Hey, man, everybody's got to get back into the swing of things, man. I'm trying to do that myself. As you see, I'm
24.
my sharp self. Yes, 24 would be great.
Okay. Awesome.
All right.
Get it together, brother.
Let me get a swallow this old water. So I might start doing that me, do, re, mi, fa, and all of that.
Man.
Yeah, it's important. But if you could read that for me there, Elder, that would be wonderful.
Yes, sir.
Mhm.
Numbers chapter 15 and verse 24.
Mm-hmm.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance.
Ignorance is the subject. Ignorance is the subject. Start over again so that you know what we talking about. Ignorance. All right, go ahead.
Numbers 15:24.
Mm-hmm.
Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance
Mm-hmm.
without the knowledge of the congregation,
Mm-hmm.
that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering,
Mm-hmm.
for a sweet savor unto the Lord, with his meat offering
Mm-hmm.
and his drink offering,
Mm-hmm.
according to the manner, and one kid of the goats for a sin offering.
Okay, so now it's talking about that meat. All right, y'all know that meat and drink are wisdom. Really quickly, we're gonna go to 1 Corinthians 3:1, so that you can see when it's talking about meat and drink, it's talking about wisdom. All right. When it's talking about meat and drink, it's talking about wisdom. And you know, if y'all keep your eye on that old chat over there, I'm sure my friendly elders are starting to put one or two things up there to help you out.
What the meat is.
That's right. Read that for me, Elder.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 3:1. And I, brethren, could not speak unto you as unto spiritual.
So he's talking about he teaching something. Y'all see that? He couldn't speak unto you, so he's talking about teaching. That's what the context of what we talking about is, teaching. Read.
But as unto carnal.
He's making a distinction between spiritual and carnal. There's a spiritual interpretation and a carnal interpretation. He's letting you know that the people that he was teaching didn't understand the spiritual, so he was teaching them carnal. Y'all see that? Read.
Even as unto babes in Christ.
So he's saying that they're young in the understanding of the spiritual. That's what that's talking about. Next verse.
Verse 2. I have fed you with milk.
He's telling you milk is a specific type of understanding. In this case, it's talking about carnal. Read.
And not with meat.
Milk and meat is both talking about wisdom. You see, he's letting you know meat and milk are wisdom that he was speaking or teaching the people. Read.
For hitherto ye were not able to bear it, neither yet now are ye able.
So he's letting you know that they weren't able to understand the spiritual doctrine, and now even today they're still unable to understand it. Go to Sirach 15:3. We're trying to get you to understand what this meat is talking about. We're gonna go right back and we're gonna read it again so that you can see what I'm trying to tell you about atone. Atone is not talking about I'm sorry for what I did. That's not what it's talking about. Okay, it's not what it's talking about. We're providing you with the precepts to show you what it means. All right, that's the difference between elders of Israel and the next guy. We're not saying we got the only understanding. We're not the only elders out here teaching the spiritual doctrine. We ain't nobody over you. You over yourself. All right. We just happen to have the microphone teaching this class. How about that? Read that for me, Elder.
Yes, sir. Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 15:3. With the bread of understanding.
So food that you eat is understanding. Read.
Shall she feed him.
She is wisdom. Woman is a doctrine. Read.
And give him the water of wisdom to drink.
And it's showing you that liquids that you drink are wisdom. All right. So let's go back to Numbers 15.
Let me get one more.
Unless you got one more. Okay.
I got one more on that one, and I got one for bullocks.
Okay. One more again. Let's go.
One more again.
Yes.
It's my old favorite over here. It's a doozy.
Yes. They always are.
Hebrews chapter 5 and verse 12. For when for the time ye ought to be teachers.
Oh, this word, anything that you teach, you're a prophet because you're teaching somebody something else. So you're always teaching, whether you try to or not. You're still a prophet, whether it's wicked
Actively or passively.
right? Either wicked or spiritually. You forgot. Read.
Mm-hmm. Ye have need that one teach you again, which be the first principles of the oracles of God.
So you have to drop all those worldly doctrines that you had on when it come to God and how you're supposed to be on this earth. It tells you who's perfect. Like somebody paying you money, you gotta pay money for Pentecost and all that stuff you gotta drop. That's not true. Right? Read.
And are become such as have need of milk.
Milk, right?
And not of strong meat.
Because a baby in Christ can't eat strong meat because you ain't got no teeth. You ain't got no doctrine.
Correct.
Read.
Verse 13. For everyone that useth milk is unskillful in the word of righteousness. For he is a babe.
That's self-explanatory. Just what I just said. You're unskillful with the word of God. You don't know how to get to 2 or 3. You don't know any of that because you're just learning. Some people are babes, and those who've been in the chat that's providing precepts, they've been watching long enough and they're starting to eat the meat. They understand the spiritual understanding. Not saying you can't get there. It just takes a little patience and practice.
Verse 14. But strong meat belongeth to them that are of full age.
So you got full time doing this. There's some of those individuals that went back to the beginning of the first purple thorns and all that stuff and stargazers. They went back and started from there and they built their lexicon up. So when they see the Bible and they see these words, they automatically know. They don't read it carnally like the world will read it, like literally. They know those words mean something else. Read.
Even those who by reason of use have their senses exercised to discern both good and evil.
So how did you, like I said before, those who went back to the beginning of our videos, you started to build up your lexicon. And so now when you see the words, you know which is good, the spiritual, and what is evil, carnal. You start fighting that and you be like, okay, that's not what that means. Milk means basic understanding, meat means deep understanding. You're not looking at it as actual meat you put on the grill, y'all. That's what you start. That's the good and evil that you're starting to decipher. Okay. All right, we'll go back to where did I have it here? No, where did I have you at?
Numbers.
Yeah, I'm trying to see what page I had it on. No.
Oh man.
I know, right? All right, numbers. I'll just go back.
Yeah, that's probably best.
I thought I had it. I didn't change the actual 15, right?
Yes, 15 and go back to 24.
All right.
Because I thought you said you had one for
Yeah,
Bullock.
I got one for Bullock too. I just want him to read it so people don't lose their thought.
Okay.
Numbers chapter 15 and verse 24. Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance without the knowledge of the congregation, that all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for a burnt offering.
So now are we talking about throwing beef on the grill?
That's not what
I
it's
like
talking
barbecue
about,
myself.
No, sir. That's
I
not
know
what
we
it's
like
talking
barbecue,
about.
Right?
I used to hear people say, God must be black because he liked the barbecue.
Right,
right, bro.
BBQ.
All right, so let's deal with the bullet.
Yeah.
BBQ. Let's deal with the bullet.
Yeah, me at grill.
Sound like a party.
Man.
All right.
Psalms chapter 68 and verse 30. Rebuke the company of spearmen.
Spearmen are prophets. Hold on. Spearmen are prophets. All right. A spear is a weapon.
Yeah.
But weapons of our warfare are not carnal.
Go back and watch that video we did talking about Saul's javelin. It explained to you what a spear is.
You're right. So a spearman is somebody with a doctrine, a sharp doctrine. Right? Read.
The multitude of the bulls.
Hold on. How could bulls and spearmen be the same thing if you're talking about barbecuing? You see how it connects? The spearmen are the bulls. The cattle. Right? Read.
With the calves of the people.
The calves of the people are the young ones in that ignorant doctrine. Read.
Till everyone submit himself with pieces of silver.
That reprobate doctrine, you got to drop it. That's why you submit yourself to it, because you putting back that reprobate doctrine that you learned, reprobate silver, to make yourself gold. Okay.
Scatter thou the people that delight in war.
So now this whole thing talking about bullocks is talking about
men with doctrine.
Men with doctrine. Let's get one more. Well, Isaiah 51:20. Music make me feel good.
That soundtrack is on time.
Yeah, I'm feeling rather well myself. Right on, man.
Hold on, we go back one. I just seen something. Go back one.
Isaiah chapter 51 and verse 19. These two things are come unto thee. Who shall be sorry for thee? Desolation, destruction.
Okay, so desolation and destruction is when we pull these precepts. Desolation is when I pull one, destruction is when I pull the other.
Yes, sir.
So I just destroyed your doctrine when I pulled that second precept to prove to you what a bull is. And this is the second one. Read.
And the famine.
Famine make it 100%. That's the
right.
Third.
That's the third one right there.
And the sword,
which is the word, Ephesians 6:17. Read.
By whom shall I comfort thee?
Christ, that's the doctrine of Christ, who is the comforter.
Yes.
Those things don't sound too comforting.
Not to a carnal priest.
Right.
But we'll get to that later.
Yes, sir. Verse 20. Thy sons have fainted. They lie at the head.
You see him on the corners lying. This is a prophecy of what's happening today. They see L-I-E, not lie down on the ground. It's talking about lying with their mouth. Where?
At the head of all the streets.
You see him out there on them corners preaching through the megaphones, lying to y'all. Right? Read.
As a wild bull in a net.
There's a bullock again.
Yes.
They are full of the fury of the Lord, the rebuke of thy God.
So God gonna correct them.
Yes.
They're gonna get corrected. And they just showed you how to correct them in the previous verse with the 2 or 3 precepts.
Yep.
All right. So that's what bullocks are.
All praise.
Back to Numbers.
All right, guys. Sorry it's taking so long, but this is how it has to be done.
Yes.
All right. You got to use 2 or 3. That's the doctrine, y'all. You got to find out what the words actually mean. All right.
Yes,
Go
sir.
ahead and start over, because now they got a better understanding of what it's talking about. All right.
Numbers chapter 15 and verse 24. Then it shall be, if aught be committed by ignorance.
So we're talking about atonement. It's going to get to atone here in a second. But first, the subject matter that it's talking about is ignorance. All right. So that's the backbone of what we're talking about. Ignorance. Right? Read.
Without the knowledge of the congregation.
Ignorance is somebody without knowledge. Y'all see how that works? Read.
That all the congregation shall offer one young bullock for
a young bullock is a prophet with some wisdom. Okay, so what they're doing is they're bringing an offering to be placed on the fire. It's actually talking about Aaron. So Aaron is the priest. We've told you many times, like we say, the person comes, they have their offering, they put on the fire. The priest used 2 or 3 to determine whether or not it's righteous. So he's explaining that process right here. All right. Read on.
For a burnt offering.
With the fire.
For a sweet savor unto the Lord, with his meat offering and his drink offering.
So we all know meat and drink mean wisdom. All right. He's offering his wisdom, or she, it's not gender specific. They are offering their wisdom on the fire. Y'all see that? Read.
According to the manner.
The manner is 2 or 3. Read.
And 1 kid of the goats for a sin offering.
Y'all know sin is the belief in the carnal interpretation. We're going to get that for you. Next verse.
Verse 25. And the priest shall make an atonement for
the priest is going to atone for the ignorance that we spoke about earlier. Read.
For all the congregation of the children of Israel.
He's going to use that 2 or 3 precepts, the manner, in order to give the people the wisdom. So he's going to explain. It's telling you atonement means to explain. Y'all see that? Read.
And it shall be forgiven them.
Their ignorance is going to be forgiven once they know what it means after the priest explains it. Y'all see how this is working out? Read.
For it is ignorance.
Ignorance of the spiritual interpretation. Read.
And they shall bring their offering.
The offering is the meat that they bring into the priest. Y'all see that? Read.
A sacrifice made by fire.
Putting it on
Lord.
the fire, like we said, it's explaining it more in detail now. Read.
And their sin offering before the Lord for their ignorance.
Ignorance of the spiritual interpretation. That's the sin. The sin is the ignorance of the spiritual interpretation. Y'all see that? Read.
Next verse.
Yes.
Verse 20. Verse 26. And it shall be forgiven all the congregation of the children of Israel. And
so hold on. That's ooh, you got a heavy part coming up. That's everybody that's listening, that's spiritual, that's growing in the spirit. You're the children of Israel. It doesn't matter what color you are.
Right.
It's inwardly in your mind. You start to see the spiritual understanding. You are the children of Israel.
Yeah. That's gonna come out a little later in the class too. Okay. But go ahead.
Of the children of Israel and the stranger.
That stranger is important too. We're gonna get that later on in the class. Read.
That sojourneth among them.
The people, sojourn mean that they studying, okay? They studying with you, they learning. Sojourn means to learn. We said that in a previous class. But that's what sojourning is talking about. You gonna be teaching them.
The path, you on that walk.
Yes.
So you on the walk with them.
Seeing all the people were in ignorance.
So it's the priest's job to atone or explain what the spiritual interpretation is to the people. That's what atonement means.
Hold on, let me get one. One more. And we're gonna get right back to it. That's something heavy. Y'all know what alms are, right?
Yeah. Questions.
Yeah. Something you can't do and you can't.
No.
Alms delivered
Get
from
them
death.
up out of here.
Right. Well, say, hey, look here. Them questions don't pay the bills.
Hold on, let me go
Yeah.
back one.
This
Go back
cable
one.
bill do. I don't know what to tell you. Your question ain't gonna pay that cable bill. How
So this-
about
Man.
that?
Here's the
It's the cold world.
right.
Figure it out.
Security.
Man.
Oh, that's right. Oh, Elder
Man.
Cortez put that John 4:32 up there, and John
John 6,
6 and 55 for
All right,
that
we'll go.
meat.
We'll go for the
All
meat.
praises to the Most High.
All
I
praise.
think somebody else had some. Leviticus. He also got Leviticus 4 and 2, and Acts 17:30 for ignorant.
All praises to the
Write these
Most High.
down.
Y'all better write them precepts down.
For women,
praise.
Elishib has Proverbs 1 and 8, Proverbs 7 and 4, Proverbs 6 and 20.
All praise.
You're listening to this video and you don't see the chat, or you're watching this on a repeat and you don't have it. Also another one from Cortez for meat, Genesis 1 and 29, Genesis 27 and 4 for meat. Write these precepts down.
All praise.
Thank you, Elder Cortez, Elder Eliashib. All praises to the Most High. That's why we
Praise.
successful.
Right.
Because us
Yes.
elders is working together.
Mm-hmm.
We not they boss, they not our boss. We
Mm-hmm.
brethren. We gathering to the 2 or 3. Y'all gonna
praise.
figure it out one day. But go ahead, Elder, read that.
Yes, sir. Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus, chapter 3 and verse 29. The heart of the prudent will understand a parable.
I just said this earlier, the children of Israel. This is how you know if you're the children of Israel, because you start to
Yes.
understand the parables. Read.
And an attentive ear is the desire of a wise man.
And you have the patience to listen to the breakdown.
Mm-hmm. Verse 30. Water will quench a flaming fire.
So when somebody, the flaming fire is somebody just making up something.
James 3.
Yep.
All right. The water, once you go to the word, you're going to quench that flaming fire. That desire he has to try to rule over you. That's that flaming fire. Because the fire is his word, but he got it carnally. That's why it's flaming, because it can burn you if you don't have the water to repel it.
Mm-hmm.
Oh, like Deuteronomy 28:68 means slave ships, and that's your history for black folk. Or just that no other nations get it. See, now if you don't go to the scriptures and search them out diligently, that fire gonna burn you.
Yes.
Okay, but if you go to the water and you get 2 or 3, you're gonna quench it.
Yes, sir.
Read.
And alms.
Those questions, alms is not money, it's
No.
questions.
Yep.
Right. Read.
Maketh an atonement for sins.
Why? Because when you come and say, hey, what does this mean? And somebody says, let's go put it on the fire. We're gonna add water to it. Let's bring it to the water. And you go search through these scriptures and you go, hey man, 2 or 3, let's find out what this word means. So now we get the understanding of the parable. That's what he's talking about in these two precepts. Right? Back to you, Elder, with the news.
All praises to the
Good
Most
news.
High.
Yes.
Okay, so we going back to we're gonna read Numbers 26 again, and now you should understand. No, we already read
You
it,
did
right?
that already. Yes, sir.
Okay, so now we're gonna go to Leviticus 9 and 7. Just so you see. All right. Leviticus 9 and 7. Because it's telling the same thing that Numbers 15 is telling you. Atonement. Christ atoned for the sins of men. We're going to explain to you what sin mean here too.
Hey, are you at home and you're watching? Raise your hand if every time you got to this part of the Bible, you just read over it.
Right.
Like, yeah, read over it.
Right.
I'm gonna skim that 1, 2, skip a few.
Yeah.
And you kept going. Now
it.
it's starting to make sense.
Yeah. That atonement means something, y'all. Atonement means explaining. That's because a lot of people during that day of atonement and they fasting, they not eating. We just read that meat is wisdom.
Right.
So if you fasting, not eating means to not learn something or purge yourself of some type of wisdom. They telling y'all to go out there and not eat for a day of atonement when Christ atoned or explained the spiritual doctrine. So y'all following a carnal token and don't even know it's talking about something else. But now that we doing this thing by 2 or 3, you starting to see all that stuff means something. Up to this point, you've never heard this.
Right.
You've never heard it. And now you're getting it. All right. It's important that y'all write this stuff down, because this is your wisdom. This is what Christ promised. This is what the Most High said. He said he gonna send pastors of his own heart. That's the people who have his spiritual wisdom to come and explain it to y'all in the end. We gonna atone, explain it. Y'all see that? So that y'all ain't out here paying these people the dog gonna do all of these foolish high holy days, or up in here, you know, you sitting around here hungry as a don't know what with the white mouth, talking about I need something to eat, but I'm gonna hang on, you know, when he ain't never told you to do that.
Right.
I'm gonna take a Daniel fast. Read that for me real quick. This is what they're telling me.
Right.
Yes, sir. Romans chapter 5 and verse 10. For if when we were enemies,
you were enemies against God because you were looking at the Bible carnally.
Yeah.
So God didn't like you.
Yep.
See?
We were reconciled to God by the death of his son.
Because you know why? You forgot. You forgot. That's why the death of his son. But now you're reconciled. Now.
Much more, being reconciled, we shall be saved by his life.
By his life means his doctrine. You shall be saved by his doctrine. Once you start to learn what is the commandments he left you left you two.
Yep. Verse 11. And not only so, but we also joy in God through our Lord Jesus Christ.
Through that doctrine, his life.
By whom we have now received the atonement.
So if in Romans 5 and 11 you said you received the atonement, why are you out there starving yourself?
Correct.
Right.
Why
you telling you got the explanation now because you're using 2 or 3. They never explain this to y'all. Y'all don't know what atonement talking about. Y'all have no clue what atonement is talking about, because sin means something else. Sin means having a carnal interpretation. That's what sin means.
Leviticus chapter 9 and verse 7. And Moses said unto Aaron, go unto the altar and offer thy sin offering.
Okay. Sin again. We told you. Sin means having a carnal doctrine. Go to Romans chapter 8.
Verse 8,
verse
6?
1.
All right.
Romans chapter 8 and verse 1. There is therefore now no condemnation to them which are in Christ Jesus.
If you following the spiritual doctrine, they can't condemn what you saying, what you explaining to them. All right. If you using 2 or 3, you won't be condemned, because you're gonna be able to explain or atone for what's being said. Y'all see that? Read.
Yes, sir. Who walk,
preach,
not after the flesh,
carnal,
but after the spirit.
The spiritual interpretation. You don't walk after the carnal interpretation. So now he's about to give you some more information, because he's got 2 different doctrines he's talking about. And you're going to see what he's saying. Read.
Verse 2. For the law of the spirit of life in
the
Christ.
Spiritual law of 2 or 3. Read.
Christ Jesus.
Yes, that's Christ Jesus. To 2 or 3, read.
Hath made me free from the law of sin and death.
You see that? He just compared spirit to sin.
Yep.
Y'all see that? He's telling you it's 2 doctrines. You got the spiritual doctrine and you got the sin doctrine, the carnal law. Y'all see how that works? Keep reading. Next verse. We're going down to 4.
All right.
Verse 3. For what the law could not do.
The carnal law. This ain't talking about the law of sacrifice, y'all. This ain't talking about sacrificing no animals. All right. The law is talking about is the law, the carnal law that it mentioned in the last verse. It's comparing the carnal law from the spiritual law. That's the context of what we talking about. We don't care nothing about some man that say, oh, only thing that got done away with was the law of sacrifice. We don't sacrifice animals no more. This is saying there's more to it than that. All right.
But they sacrifice animals every time they cook.
Well,
Right.
I mean, you shouldn't be in
And the
sin
spaceship
then.
still ain't king.
Right.
Tell you.
In that it was weak through the flesh.
Flesh mean wisdom. It was weak wisdom. Okay. You can't, it's too fantastical to think that some man took a stick and split the Red Sea and they walked on it on dry land, and nobody can't do it to this day. Even with all this technology. Man, they got stealth bombers.
Right.
People flying all over the place. No, if they got that kind of technology, surely they could split a sea.
Right.
But maybe it means something else. All right. That's the flesh. That's that carnal foolishness. All this metaphysical foolishness that these people out here teaching y'all, and y'all believe in it.
Superman
don't make
Jesus.
sense because nobody can do it.
How many times somebody taught?
Man, Moses.
All right, they always talk about spaceships.
Yeah.
You gotta ask yourself this question: why don't they ever go out on the street and teach spaceships on the street? If that's the truth, why don't they go on the street and tell people, God coming back in a spaceship for you?
Right.
That might be the time when somebody might clutch their pearls.
Superman Jesus.
I am unavoidably detained. I have to go.
Man.
It only come out after you don't drink the Kool-Aid.
Right.
Exactly.
You know what I'm saying?
Right.
Then it's Superman Jesus.
Yeah.
Right. God sending his own son
2 or 3. That's the doctrine. 2 or 3. Read.
in the likeness of sinful flesh.
He first started off sinful, carnal,
Yes.
and then
He did.
converted
Yes.
to
Why?
spiritual.
Hold on. When did that happen? Remember John the Baptist had to baptize him?
That's right.
So, and what were they doing when he was getting baptized? They had to confess their sins.
Yeah.
So he wasn't all perfect. Like y'all got Superman Jesus don't exist. He's a man. He's talking about you.
No,
When you was wicked.
He didn't come out the womb talking about e pluribus unum.
No,
No, sir.
he's a man. He's you. He's talking. It's a parable of you.
Right.
You, when you was carnal, this is where you were. Then you got baptized, and then you came over.
Yeah.
That's what happened.
And for sin, condemned sin in the
He
flesh.
condemned that carnal belief. Y'all
Yes.
see that? He condemned the carnal belief. Last verse.
Yep. Verse 4,
Mhm.
that the righteousness of the law
That's the spiritual law.
might be fulfilled
Explained.
in us
Right.
Right.
who walk not after the flesh,
Not
Like
after the carnal.
Right.
but after the spirit.
Hold on.
All right.
Before
So
we jump
y'all
out,
see
hold on.
when it's
Before we
talking
get-
about sin.
We'll get to him.
Yeah.
Go ahead. I'm sorry.
Romans
Mm-hmm.
chapter 8 and verse 6.
Mm-hmm.
For to be carnally minded
Minded meaning your doctrine is carnal. To have a carnal doctrine, read,
is death
or sin. Just like he said in verse
Yes.
1, is death or sin.
But to be spiritually minded is life and peace.
Ain't that too?
Yep.
Yes.
And it said that in the beginning, the spirit of life. So he's letting you know, he's talking about carnal versus spiritual, sin versus righteousness. Y'all see that? Read.
Verse 7, because the carnal mind,
your carnal doctrine is
enmity,
hatred
against God.
That makes you his enemy.
Yes.
Yes, you the ops.
Right.
Yes.
For it is not subject to the law
Read
of
that
God.
part again. Read that part again. Loud and proud.
For it is not subject to the law of God.
So when you read this Bible carnally, so when you read the law on fringes and you think that you got to put dingleberries on the bottom of your t-shirt, it is not subject to the law. That's not what he means.
No.
When he's talking about a beard on your face, that's not what beard is a covering. Okay, hair is a covering. Which is supposed to have on your head? Christ.
Yes.
Your clothing that you wear, or you said the 4 quarters of your vesture at the end of a garment is the word of God. He's talking about what you teaching.
Yeah.
That's why he said all that stuff y'all trying to do that's carnally, even serving, like doing Pentecost, like going to a festival at a state park and barbecuing and all that is carnal.
Yeah.
It's not the law. He's telling you that. Read.
Neither indeed can be.
It can't be, because you need to get 2 or 3 precepts to explain it.
Yes.
You can't get salvation from any of that stuff.
No, you can't. You just making another person rich.
Exactly. It's a very, very brisk business. Yes. Business is good.
Right.
Yes.
Even in a trade war. But let's go to 1 Corinthians.
Stealing from our people is business, and business is good.
That's right. Oh, that's right.
Man.
Go to 1 Corinthians 15 and 52. We're going to show it to you again. Sin is the carnal belief. Right. Sin is the carnal belief. All right.
Got robbing people, man. Robbing on their salvation and your tax money.
Robbers and thieves.
When you see sin, it's talking about the carnal belief. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 52. In a moment, in the twinkling of an eye, at the last trump,
the last doctrine that comes back in the end. Read.
They
ain't talking about Donald Trump. Okay, y'all.
Right.
I know they get up in there and they got some kind of belief that, well, you know, since the Bible say Trump and we got President Trump, y'all see how that go together?
That is a perfect example of reading the Bible carnally.
Enmity against God.
That's enmity against God. You see what I'm saying? That is the perfect example of carnal belief.
Yep.
Now, you would have to bring 2 precepts to show that the Most High says that particular man. But they ain't bringing that associated with the word Trump. Trump is an instrument. The instruments are doctrines. All right? That's what it's talking about, okay? We've shown y'all before, and probably be something in the chat letting you know. Trumpets, what is it? Lift up your voice like a trumpet.
Like a voice like a trumpet, yes.
Isaiah 58:1.
Yeah.
So that's letting you know. When it's talking about trumpets, it's talking about your doctrine. You preaching your doctrine. Instruments are doctrines, y'all. All right? But read on.
For the trumpets shall sound.
It's going to be a doctrine that's going to come along. Read.
And the dead shall.
The stupid, the people who follow in the carnal, because it just told you that to be carnally minded was death. So the carnal shall be Read.
Raised.
They're going to go up to a higher level.
Incorruptible.
They're not going to be corruptible no more. So he's telling you corruptible is associated with the spiritual. Incorruptible is associated with the spiritual wisdom.
Yes.
All right? Read.
And we shall be changed.
We're going to be changed from carnal to spiritual interpretation. Y'all see that? Next verse.
This doesn't mean y'all going to transform the Captain Marvel.
No, sir. No, sir. And I tell you what, if you come out there with that old cosplay cape on and stand in front of that machine gun, it ain't gonna end well for you. Next verse.
The Injustice League.
Man.
Right.
Verse 53. For this corruptible must put on incorruption.
See that? He's telling you now. He's doing a back and forth over here. He's saying corruptible, carnal, must put on incorruption, because he just explained what incorruption means. That means spiritual. We just read it. Read.
And this mortal,
carnal,
must put on immortality.
So now he's letting you know, when you see immortality in the Bible, it's talking about spiritual doctrine. You see mortal in the Bible, it's talking about carnal doctrine. Next verse.
Yes.
He gonna keep doing this. Read.
Verse 54. So when this corruptible shall have put on incorruption.
When you gonna change from carnal to spiritual, read.
And this mortal
carnal
shall have put on immortality.
You're gonna change from carnal to spiritual, read.
Then shall be brought to pass the sayings that is written.
The prophecy gonna be fulfilled.
Death,
carnal,
is swallowed up in victory.
Spiritual. The spiritual doctrine is gonna swallow up that carnal foolishness you've been following. You ain't gonna be putting them dingleberries at the bottom of your skirts. You ain't gonna be walking around looking like a curtain no more.
Right.
All right. You ain't gonna have that woman sitting up and that she done went and took one of the napkins off the dining room table because she in a pinch.
Right.
Or somebody up in here reading the Bible.
Or you can't snatch your prayers out there either.
Exactly.
Give me that prayer. No.
Give it here. I want it. Give it here. Give me that prayer. Go ahead, Elder.
Oh man. 1 Peter chapter 1 and verse 23. Being born again.
That's how you be born again.
Not of corruptible seed.
Seed is the word.
Yes.
But of incorruptible by the word of God.
There it is.
That's consistent. Y'all see that? We just read it. It's showing you throughout the Bible. You got to have consistency. 2 or 3. 2 or 3.
Yes.
2 or 3. It's going to always come out right. Read.
Yes. Which liveth and abideth forever.
Immortal.
Yes.
Immortal.
Yes.
Yes.
The immortal word.
Look how that work.
See that?
Yes.
Bam. All right.
Elder Blessings readers say that's that Halloween.
The Halloween doctrine.
But go back to 1 Corinthians 15.
1 Corinthians chapter 15 and verse 54. So when this
go down to the matter of fact, go to 55. So because we just got that. Go to verse 55.
Verse 55. O death, where is thy sting?
So it's making a correlation between death and the sting is the doctrine. All right. Read.
O grave.
Grave and death mean the same thing. Y'all see that?
It's in the earth. Grave is in the earth.
Yes. Read.
Where is thy victory?
The victory is the spiritual. It says it's gonna swallow it up.
Yep.
So it's the Most High clowning you now. If you're clowning, he clowning you. He letting you know where your victory at, bro. with them dingleberries. Let's see you get up in here with them dingleberries on. Next verse.
Or the cake.
Yeah. Walking out here like Jimmy Superfly Snucker. Read.
56.
Yes.
The sting of death is sin.
Didn't we just read that death was the carnal?
Yep.
Yes.
He just called death sin.
Mm-hmm.
Carnal is sin. Y'all
Mhm.
see that? Now he about to tell you which sin is talking about. Read.
And the strength of sin is the law.
The carnal law is sin. That's what it
Yes.
means. Sin mean the carnal law. You ain't
Mhm.
supposed to be doing the carnal law. He telling you. One more verse. He telling you, don't do it. Next verse. Don't follow the carnal. That's a law. He telling you flat out. Read.
Verse 57.
Yes.
But thanks be to God,
Thank God. Read.
which giveth us the victory through our Lord Jesus Christ.
Thank God we got that 2 or 3.
Gathering us to Christ.
Hold on. Why we there? Why we there? That because he said the carnal law, right?
Yep.
Let's
Mhm.
prove that. We ain't talking about putting it on the grill.
You know, Elder Cortez got one on that. John 1 and 29
All right,
and
we
John 8 and 7
That's for
sin. That's what
okay.
he got.
Okay.
Mm.
We're gonna start at 15.
Hebrews chapter 7 and verse 15. And it is yet far more evident,
Mm-hmm.
for that after the similitude of Melchizedek,
That is
There.
peace. King of Salem, that's peace.
Mhm.
there ariseth another priest.
If you got somebody teaching war and hatred, that's not peace.
No.
Correct.
Verse 16, who is made not after the law of a carnal commandment,
Uh-oh. So there's two different commandments there, brother.
Yes, it is.
Right.
There's spiritual
Yes.
and there's carnal.
That's the
Right.
carnal law right there. All
Mhm.
day.
but after the power
Doctrine.
of an endless life.
Immortality once again.
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
We ain't talking Hulk Hogan.
That's right.
We're
First
going-
Corinthians.
So now we're going back to Leviticus 9 and 7. I read that again.
Yes, sir.
We went through
Leviticus.
all of that to explain to y'all what sin means. All right.
Mhm. Leviticus chapter 9 and verse 7. And Moses said unto Aaron,
Mm-hmm.
go unto the altar
Mm-hmm.
and offer thy sin offering.
See that even Aaron had to go and put his thoughts on the altar so that it could be scrutinized with 2 or 3. Y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
This is we talking about atonement. All of this is for atonement. We ain't even got to the class yet. But read on. Yes.
And thy burnt
He
offering.
telling you now, putting it on the fire. Burnt mean fire. Fire mean the word. Y'all see that? Read.
And
If you
make
but if you burn it, you purified it.
Yes.
Mhm. And make an atonement for thyself.
We have to make an atonement before we teach something. He the
Mhm.
priest, Aaron the priest. You got to make sure that what you gonna teach them people is right. That's what Moses telling them. You're gonna have to use 2 or 3. Even you, Mr. Priest, you're gonna have to use 2 or 3 to make sure what you telling them people is right.
Right.
So here
Praise.
y'all watching all of these camp leaders out here teaching. They teaching, but they ain't giving you 2 or 3. So they
No.
in violation of this Levitical law. Y'all see that? Read.
Mhm. And for the people
So you got to do it for the people so that they got the right understanding. Read.
And offer the offering of the people.
The people's the questions that they have, or what wisdom that they bring to you. Read.
And make an atonement for them.
You got to explain it to them using 2 or 3.
Yep.
Read.
As the Lord commanded.
And also,
that's the 2 or 3. Read.
Also,
yes. Go ahead.
Also, you can't read and repeat.
No, you cannot do that. You can't do that.
Ain't no read and repeat out here.
No, ain't no read and repeat. You got to give them 2 or 3. Just like we just did. Now, I know it took a long time. We're not going to verse 8. I know it took a long time, but when you say something about Christ atoning for the sins of man, you got to explain what that means.
And show it.
You got to show it. You got to use 2 or 3. Thank God we got these elders over here.
All praises.
To put this thing up in here for us.
Elder Cortez also has Numbers 10 and 2, Matthew 6 and 2 for trumpet.
Yep.
So we got to write that down, add it to your precepts.
See, that's and you notice we give them credit. You know what I'm saying? We don't care. We doing what we doing. The Most High, he the one who offer the blessings to the people and so forth. Okay, we just vessels. All we do is bring it forth. I don't feel no less cause Elder Cortez got all them precepts. He making my job easier.
All praise.
Right.
Y'all understand that? Y'all ain't in no competition with your brother. All right. So Aaron offers a burnt fire offering. He scrutinized it with 2 or 3 and atones for the people's ignorance, meaning he explains it. The Bible says you must come to the Lord 3 times a year, right? So we getting into the class now. The Bible says you must come to the Lord 3 times a year for Passover, Pentecost, and for tabernacles. As a side note, and I hate to bring up this side note because we might get off track a little bit, but as a side note, you heard what I said. It says 3 times a year for Passover, Pentecost, and for tabernacles. Notice that the Bible does not mention Easter. There is a reason for this. When the Most High has a commandment, he will give you detailed instructions on how to observe that commandment. Just like we've been going through this stuff. It's real detail how you want it done. Y'all notice that. In Leviticus 23, he gives a detailed list of instructions on how to do these 3 high holy days. They are mentioned throughout the Bible as a requirement for salvation as well. Mysteriously, Easter is not included in those instructions.
Right.
There are 0 instances in the Bible that mentions how to observe Easter. Not 1.
Easter? Is that Easter? Oh, sorry.
That is because man created that holiday. Our job here at EOI is to teach the Bible. You saw the 10 Commandments class that Elder Yohanan taught about the Most High being jealous.
Oh, praise.
Easter is another God. If we are incorrect, please provide the context in the Bible that says observe that holiday. All right, we see Purim in the Bible, Feast of Dedication. We even see Feast of Nicanor. You can agree or disagree about observing them and the interpretation of how to observe them, but they are in the Bible. Easter is not. Our job is not to tell you what to do. Our job is to put before you life and death, just like we just read, spiritual interpretation and carnal interpretation. We encourage you to choose life. All right. So now, getting back on track. Let's
Hold on.
focus.
Okay. It's not that you brought that up. Let's just deal with it.
I knew it was going.
I
Go
had
ahead,
to.
man. Go
I
ahead.
can't do it.
Go ahead.
Can't let that sit out there.
No. Go ahead, man. You know.
All right. We're gonna start at verse 2.
The people enjoy it.
I can't just do that. I can't in good conscience. Most I was like, nah, explain it. Hold it.
All praises, Elder Elisha, for the precept on fire.
Yes. You got James 3:5-6, 2nd Ezra 13:4 for fire. Add that to your precepts for fire.
Praise. Acts chapter 12 and verse 2. And
let's get the whole thought. All right, go ahead. Verse 1.
Acts chapter 12 and verse 1. Now about that time, Herod the king stretched forth his hand to vex certain of the church.
So now, if you were in those other camps, you would say, now that Herod, no, Herod is a prophet. A king is a prophet. So he has a doctrine that vexed the church. Okay.
Talking about now, but go ahead.
Yeah, there's a prophet out there named Herod or Nathaniel, but
the Herod Daniel.
Yeah.
Right. Okay.
Verse 2. And he killed James, the brother of John, with the sword.
Our weapons are weapons of our warfare are not carnal. The sword is the word. Ephesians 6:17.
He had a very powerful doctrine.
Well, he cut his doctrine up. The sword is the Bible. Y'all always say, grab your sword.
Verse 3. And because he saw it pleased the Jews.
And a lot of y'all like what he do, even though y'all know he wicked. It's talking about now.
Right.
Well, go ahead.
He proceeded further to take Peter also.
Peter was a Canaanite. Right?
Then were the days of unleavened bread.
So that's when the spiritual started to come out. Unleavened bread is sincerity and truth. I think it's 1 Corinthians 5:13 or something like that.
We're gonna get to it.
Yeah, but that is the unleavened bread. Right? Spiritual doctrine started to come out.
Verse 4. And when he had apprehended him
in his mind,
he put him in prison.
In his mind, he was confounded.
Yeah, a lot of people scared of Nathaniel. All right, even people that teach the spiritual doctrine, they scared of him because they know he still got a powerful doctrine. He's a powerful sorcerer, a warlock, you might say.
Fully equipped in seashells.
Yes, exactly. He'll throw them small bones on the table in a minute, in a heartbeat. Next thing you know, you running after the ice cream truck.
Right.
But go ahead, Elder.
And delivered him to 4
quaternions
of soldiers to keep him.
So you think that one man gonna have to be held by that many people?
No.
Go ahead,
He's talking about when he's talking about them 4 quaternions, them people, they converted to 4 mean conversion. All right. They converted to Nathaniel's doctrine. He talking about his merry men. All right. Them Oompa Loompas he got up on them. All right. So he got them people continuing to preach to keep the people, the righteous people, afraid of their doctrine. That's what we talking about. When they talking about them quaternions, that's what we talking about. His people, his officers and his captains and all them other people who believe his doctrine. That's
all them other camps that sprung out from him.
Of soldiers to keep him.
They're soldiers of him because they keep teaching his doctrine.
Yes.
So they're his soldiers. No matter if they're in different camps, they all have the same doctrine that originated from Nathaniel.
Yes. Yes.
Intending after Easter.
His high holy day.
Right.
You know what I'm saying? It's talking about he got a different doctrine than the Most High. Y'all see that? We do Passover. They do the Passover ritual carnally. So that's their Easter. Y'all see how that works?
That's when they face the corner.
Yes.
Yes.
Right.
Put themselves in timeout.
He got a carnal representation versus the Most High spiritual representation.
Right.
He's got the carnal interpretation of Passover. We have the spiritual interpretation of Passover.
Oh, praise.
Read on.
To bring him forth to the people.
So,
Trying to convert him.
right. And we're gonna leave it off right here.
Read on, Elder.
Verse 5. Peter therefore was kept in prison,
In his mind.
but prayer was made without ceasing of the church unto God for him.
So they kept praying to convert him back.
And
See,
we praying to convert y'all to stop listening to them fools
Right.
Yes.
constantly.
Right. Because see, Peter is you. I think the Peter in you hates their brother.
Yes.
That's the point. Like you trying to be righteous, but you got it's not righteous hate, but you trying to be righteous, but you got hate in your heart. That's what that's the Peter doctrine is.
Yeah.
All right.
And
So
thank
maybe-
you to Elder Dexter for that. Somebody took it down.
We see, blessed he that readeth God's swords, Hebrews 4:12, Ephesians 6:17 for what a sword is.
All praise.
And
All praise.
shalom to Elder DeAngelis.
DeAngelis.
Shalom.
Yeah, DeAngelis. Cash.
Yes. All right. So now let's focus on the 3 times a year. All right. We follow the doctrine of 2 or 3 that Christ left for us. That's in Matthew 18:15 through 20, 2 Corinthians 13:1, Deuteronomy 19:15. Y'all seen us do it time and time again. You have to do the 2 or 3 to get the understanding. Those are some of the precepts that show you that it's a law. All right. But when you use the dictionary to explain the Bible, you end up causing people to err.
Yep.
Like we just demonstrated with that word atonement. All right. It ain't talking about, well, I'm sorry for what I did. It ain't talking about that. It's talking about you explaining what it means. All right. The word time in the spiritual interpretation means something different than the carnal understanding you are familiar with. Remember, we talking about 3 times a year. 3 times a year. The word time means something different spiritually than it do carnally. The word time means wisdom in the spiritual interpretation. We read the scripture as saying 3 lessons to be learned to reach a certain level of wisdom.
Yep.
Carnally, you understand it to mean 3 consecutive instances of a holy day in the space of 365 days.
Yep.
And
Carnal.
that's the carnal interpretation. And that it must be done every year until the end of time. All right. So you got an interpretation thinking it means 3 times a year, every year. We understand it to mean 3 lessons that you have to learn to get a certain level of promotion from the Most High. All right. So let's go to Deuteronomy 16:18. We're going to read about it. Excuse me. Deuteronomy 16 and 16.
Yes, sir. Do it.
I'll read down to 18.
Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
That's what I'm talking about.
Says 16.
Yeah, 16 and 16. We're talking about 3 times out the year, because one of them 3 times is Pentecost, which is what we're talking about today. That's the lesson. We're talking about Pentecost.
Mm-hmm.
So let's read the law. What it say you must do?
Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 16.
Mm-hmm.
3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God.
Okay, so it's talking about the males. A male is a prophet. Go to Matthew 10:41.
Matthew 10:41.
Mm-hmm. That's how you have to do it, y'all. I know.
Hey, it is what it is.
Y'all keep y'all eyes on the chat, because the elders put stuff in the chat for y'all. Read that, elder.
Yes, sir. Matthew chapter 10 and verse 41.
Mm-hmm.
He that receiveth a prophet
The context is a prophet, all right?
In the name of a prophet shall receive a prophet's reward.
So if you receive another prophet's doctrine, you're going to receive the reward that he's offering.
Yep.
All right? Read.
And he that receiveth a righteous man in the name of a righteous man shall receive a righteous man's reward.
The righteous man is the spiritual man, but
Yes.
he's using prophet and man interchangeably. So a man is a prophet. Y'all see that?
Yep.
It's not talking about gender, okay? Because it's written in the masculine form. A woman is a prophet too.
Yep.
Okay? So
for prison, we got Blessed He That Readeth with Wisdom of Solomon 17:16, Isaiah 42 and 22, and Sirach 13 and 12 for prison.
Praise.
All praises to the Most High.
Prison is wisdom.
Go to 2 Kings 9 and 4. Again, a prophet is not gender specific. We're talking about what a man is. A man is a prophet. It's not gender specific. A woman can teach just like a man can. A human.
2 Kings. Yes, sir. 2 Kings chapter 9 and verse 4. So the young man, even the young man, the prophet,
there you go.
went to Ramoth Gilead.
Ramoth Gilead. Okay, so it's telling you, it's showing you that man and prophet mean the same thing. Go to Micah 2 and 11.
It's like you just got all these precepts lined up there, guy.
Hey, man, you know, you just put it together, man, and you just hope they lay out the right way.
Oh, man.
We'll see what happens, man. You know,
yeah,
anything can happen from here.
It's wonderful.
I might screw the whole thing up.
Nah. Not with the power of the Lord.
Yes. Micah chapter 2 and 11. If a man walking in the spirit and falsehood do lie, saying, I will prophesy unto thee of wine and of strong drink, he shall even be the prophet of this people.
He just compared that man to a prophet. Y'all see that? So when it's talking about man, it's talking about a prophet. Y'all got that? Let's go back to Deuteronomy 16 and 16.
Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 16. 3 times in a year shall all thy males appear before the Lord thy God in the place.
Place means doctrine. In
Which
the doctrine. Put that up there, Elder Sharon, what place is. I know you got it on deck. Read.
Which he shall choose.
The Most High chose the spiritual doctrine. He chose his son to be Jesus the Christ. He gave you 2 or 3. That's the place. The place is 2 or 3. That's Jerusalem. Jerusalem in your mind. Was it Jeremiah 51?
51:50.
That's right.
Yes, sir. In the feast of unleavened bread.
Okay, so now you know you're talking about unleavened bread, because I told you it was coming up, right? So feast, we just showed you earlier whenever we went to 1 Corinthians 3:1-2. Paul said he fed them with milk instead of meat. All right. Feast, eat mean learn. All right.
Yep.
Let's deal with that time.
Okay, go ahead.
Job 30.
Let's deal with that time real quick. Let's go back to the beginning.
Beginning.
Ding.
All right. Let's go with Cain and Abel.
Genesis chapter 4 and verse 3. And in process of time.
Now, in your carnal mind, you're thinking like a calendar rolled past. It's not talking about that. It's talking the process of a doctrine. Read.
It came to pass that Cain brought of the fruit of the ground.
So the fruit of the ground was his carnal doctrine. Fruit is the word. You know what I'm saying? A seed is the word. So the fruit comes of the word. Read.
An offering unto the Lord.
That offer unto the Lord was that process of time that he had. He was trying to teach a doctrine. That's one. Let me go to Genesis. We stay in the same same book. Go to 8:2-2. I'm gonna go back one. Because we said it, we gotta show it.
Genesis chapter 8 and verse 21. And the Lord smelled a sweet savor.
He ain't talking about your barbecue. He talking about your doctrine. The sweet savor
baby
is
rays.
right. He's talking about the doctrine that you're teaching, man.
Exactly.
And the Lord said in his heart, I will not again curse the ground anymore for man's sake.
His doctrine.
For the imagination of man's heart is evil from his youth.
You're gonna come with the youth is you're a babe in the Bible. You always thinking evil because you're trying to come up with something carnal when you read it. That's how you first read the Bible. You read it carnal. That's why you're evil from your youth.
Neither will I again smite,
teach
any more everything living as I have done.
Because now that's why we forgot the doctrine. We forgot the spiritual doctrine because of this.
Verse 22. While the earth remaineth.
While the carnal remaineth. What?
Seed time.
Seed time. I told you the time is the doctrine. The seed is the word. Read.
And harvest.
When we teach, now we're harvesting. Now we're harvesting the people.
And cold and heat.
Words.
And summer and winter.
He's showing you the difference between carnal and spiritual.
And day.
Light.
And night.
Ignorance.
Shall not cease.
So he's showing you reason why he's going to keep it going until he gives it back to his righteous people. That's what time is. Time is his doctrine.
Job 32 say the same things. That days is wisdom.
Yes. It's Job 12:12.
He said 32. What'd you say?
Job 32 and 7, I believe.
You got that one that say days should speak.
Yeah. I thought it was Job 12:12. Yeah.
12 and 12. Yep.
There you go. That's perfect. He called it.
Job chapter 32 and verse 7. I said, days should speak.
A day is time, right? A day is also light. But a day can't speak.
I never heard to years.
Right. I never heard Tuesday say something to me.
Right. And multitude of years should teach wisdom.
Yes. So that's showing you this all similitudes of time.
Mhm.
Just telling you what they are.
All right.
All right, back to you, Elder.
All right. So we're gonna start over and we're gonna get to that unleavened. Mhm.
Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 16.
Mhm.
3 times in a year
Three lessons in a year. Read.
shall all thy males appear
Prophets.
before the Lord thy God.
Okay, so he's telling you got to learn 3 lessons
Mhm.
before you appear before God, before you convert. Read.
In the place
Doctrine.
which he shall choose.
The Most High chose the spiritual doctrine, the doctrine of 2 or 3.
Mhm.
In
Also-
the feast,
Also, he chose this class you're reading right now.
Absolutely.
oh praise, in the feasts of unleavened bread,
That's one of the lessons you got to learn. Read.
and in the feast of weeks,
That's a second lesson that you have to learn.
and in the feast of tabernacles.
That's a third lesson that you have to know. So we're gonna go ahead and we're gonna get this unleavened bread. That you know, the feast of unleavened bread is talking about a doctrine.
Right.
All right, go to Matthew 16 and 6.
Yes, sir. I know you listen to these smooth tones.
Hey man, that's very festive. Like, man, wish I had a pina colada.
Man,
Read that.
Matthew chapter 16 and verse 6.
Yes.
Then Jesus said unto them,
Mm-hmm.
take heed and beware of the leaven
Mm-hmm.
of the Pharisees and of the Sadducees.
Right. So he
Sad
said-
you see.
That's right.
The name is the recipe.
Right.
To be short on, to be quick on time, drop down to verse 12. I think it's verse 12.
All right.
Verse 12. Then understood they how that he bade them not beware of the leaven of bread,
Mm-hmm.
but of the doctrine
Leaven mean doctrine. Read.
of the Pharisees.
Okay, so when it's talking about unleavened bread, it's talking about a doctrine. Go to 1 Corinthians 5.
5 and 7. Yep. I was already.
You can start at 6. Well, you start wherever you want.
Okay. I was like, I already had it in my head. Like, I'm about to bring it out.
And we knew it was coming.
Yeah, sorry. You want? I'm gonna go 7. It's quicker.
Yep.
Get right to it.
1 Corinthians 5 and 7. Purge out, therefore, the old leaven.
Now, when he told you before, we read in Hebrews 5, he said you got to forget everything that you
Yep.
had before. That's the
Yep.
first principle of the word of God, right? You got to
Mhm.
purge out. That's what you're purging out. That old foolishness you used to learn from before, that carnal
Yes.
foolishness.
That sounds like fasting.
Right.
Yes. That's exactly what that sounds like.
That ye may be a new lump.
Even that hatred you got to have for the other races, you got to purge all that out.
Mhm.
Yes.
That's hard to do. When somebody
Yep.
embedded you with that hatred, you got to
Yep.
get in there and purge all that stuff out. I'm not gonna listen to that no more. I'm not gonna walk in that path no more. I ain't
Right.
got a problem with nobody.
No more.
And you got to walk with that.
More.
Read.
As ye are unleavened.
Then you start to become unleavened, because now you're pouring out the God can deal with you.
Yep.
Read.
For even Christ, our Passover,
Passover.
Yes.
is sacrificed for us.
Sacrifice means to be taught. So
Yeah.
this is how you pass over
Yes.
once you start getting the doctrine of Christ. The 2 or 3, love your brother, and with the 2 or 3.
Let go of the fantastical stuff.
Yeah,
that's
Superman
when you
Jesus.
become a new lump.
Right. Superman, it's your season now.
Superman.
I know that's right.
1 Corinthians chapter 5 and verse 8. Therefore, let us keep the feast.
Eat means to learn.
Yes.
Eat means to learn. So that means to keep the learning of Christ, meaning to keep that doctrine. Read.
Not with old leaven.
Not with that belief in Superman, Jesus, Aquaman, Moses, and 12 feather conspiracy theories and all that stuff, Bible dictionary, adding all that stuff to the Bible, because God said not to do that in the first place. Nope. He said don't add to the word, but you do all of that. You go to the dictionary, you run the Bible, Zondervan Bible Dictionary, you run to Merriam-Webster, you run the history books, you run to a man showing you conspiracy theories with the all-seeing eye on the back of a dollar. You watch all this stuff, that's old leaven. God said that's mixed. He added that to the word. You got to drop all of that foolishness.
Neither with the leaven of malice,
hatred,
and the wickedness.
Malice and wickedness is that hatred you have. You sitting out here hating people for no reason. You got white people hating black people. You got black people hating white people. You got men hating women. Women hating men. All this food you got to drop. That's the only way God can truly deal with you.
But with the unleavened bread of sincerity and truth.
And the truth is, when we go to the Bible and we show it to you with 2 or 3. Sincerity is, I got love for you to show you these precepts with 2 or 3. I am being sincere towards you. Because I care about you.
All praise the Most High.
All praise the Most
All
High.
praise.
We want to thank Elder Bless is he that read. He put something up here. And also Elder Cortez put up Matthew 28:6 and Matthew 27:33 for place.
Okay.
Proverbs 4:17 talking about bread of wickedness and drink. The wine of
actually, let me get that one. I like that. You don't mind?
No, good.
Okay. I don't want to take away from it.
Hey, no, it's you're doing great, man.
Just try to keep it rolling.
Yes, of course.
As long as the doctrine ain't stolen.
How can you steal something that's not mine?
Right.
We'll see. Christ is the bishopric.
Proverbs chapter 4 and verse 17. For they eat the bread of wickedness and drink the wine of violence.
So I'll show you what the wine is. Wine's a doctrine. Can be good or bad. And you got bread
with that leavened bread.
That malice.
Yes.
Malice.
So, all right. So read this again.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 16. 3 times in a year.
3 lessons you got to learn. A year is the level of understanding that you get. You getting promoted along the way. And we're going to prove it a little later on. But go ahead.
Shall all thy males,
prophets,
appear before the Lord thy God.
You're going to learn the doctrine of 2 or 3 at 3 different levels. Y'all see that?
In
starting to come alive now.
Yes, sir. In the place.
Elder just gave us place. Read.
Which he shall choose.
He gonna choose. He chose Jerusalem, which is the doctrine of 2 or 3, which is above, which is free.
It's above and
mother
free.
of us all. Yes.
Yes, sir.
Read.
In the feast of unleavened bread.
The lesson about unleavened bread. Read.
And in the feast of weeks.
The lesson of weeks, which is Pentecost. Read.
And in the feast of tabernacles.
The lesson of the Feast of Tabernacles, the lesson
Yes.
of tabernacles. All right, read.
And they shall not appear before the Lord empty.
You
So
gotta have the doctrine. You gotta have that gift. You got to
Oh.
Yes,
come
sir.
and bring your offerings. You
So-
gotta ask questions so that you can learn it properly.
You ain't
Yes,
talking about that, not that fifth of Jack.
No, you're gonna have to leave the Jack. You're gonna have to leave that fifth of Jameson. Just leave that thing off to the side there. Fifth book of Jameson, that ain't gonna work for you.
You gotta bring something
Man.
to the feast.
Man.
You ain't talking about that. It ain't a BYOB situation.
Man. Man.
Read on.
Verse 17.
Mm-hmm.
Every man shall give as he is able.
Everybody ain't gonna have the same level of understanding. Y'all see that?
Mm-hmm.
Everybody ain't gonna have, you gonna do as best as you can.
Mm-hmm.
Some people, now y'all see, I've been trying to teach this class, and that Percepticon, he's like, whoa, wait. Hey, look here, everybody ain't no Percepticon.
Right.
All right? But he got a million of them. You see
Praises.
Elder Cortez, Elder blessed he that readers, but they bringing
Yes.
them things up, and now they got that sharp sword, shink.
Yes.
So everybody ain't got the same level. All right.
Yes.
But that's okay. All right, because we
Two
all
quotes.
get the same thing.
Whoa.
That's it.
Yes, sir.
That's it.
We read on.
Yes, sir. According to the blessing of the Lord, thy God.
Okay, according to your ability to use that 2 or 3. All right.
Mhm.
Read.
Which he hath given thee.
Okay, so the Most High, he makes certain people Percepticons. Certain people are able to sit there and see a parable, and they just look and they just say, I see that right there. You know, it's all in how the Most High, he give you talents. Y'all
Mhm.
see that? Next verse.
Don't be mad now. Don't be mad.
Don't be mad.
You be happy. God gave dealing with you.
Look
All
here, man.
praise.
All I need to do is enough to get that nice cup of pomegranate wine.
That's it. What
Yes.
you don't want to
That's
get is
what
that.
I want.
I never knew you.
You don't want that, sir.
Right.
I never knew you.
Now look what happens as a result of that. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. Verse 18.
Mm-hmm.
Judges and officers shalt thou make thee in all thy gates.
He telling you, after you go through these stages, you're gonna become elders. Do y'all see that?
All praise.
Ha! Read.
Which the Lord thy God giveth thee.
Depending on the talents that he gives you. Read.
Throughout thy tribes,
All of the different righteous doctrines. Read.
and they shall judge the
Teach.
people with just judgment.
You're going to be able to teach the people righteously, or the spiritual doctrine, after you
Not the
reach
living
these
of the-
different stages, the 3 times. Y'all see that? What he telling you is, depending on which lesson you get, tells what level you're at. Y'all gonna see it in a minute. All right, go to Exodus 23 and 14.
Yes, sir.
It's saying the same thing. All right, we're gonna go through it kind of quick because it's basically saying the same thing. It's a little bit more complicated, but for time's sake, we just gonna read it and try and get through it as quickly as we can.
Yes, sir.
Read that, Elder.
Exodus chapter 23 and verse 14.
Mm-hmm.
3 times thou shalt keep a feast unto me in the year.
It's saying the same thing. You got 3 stages.
You mean not to me? Like I can't charge
No,
y'all
no,
to
no.
go to the state park?
No. Me is the 2 or 3.
Oh, praise.
To God is
Y'all
what
see
you're
that?
saying.
Exactly.
Right.
Not to your camp leader.
Exactly.
Not to your bishop at the church.
You know,
His Wells
hey,
Fargo
man,
account.
you know, you ain't got to pay him to play that midnight basketball on Pentecost.
Right.
Next verse.
Just checking.
Yes.
Verse 15. Thou shalt keep the feast of unleavened bread.
That's
Sincerity and
one
truth.
stage.
Mhm.
Read.
Thou shalt eat unleavened bread 7 days.
How many?
7 days.
So there's a days phase. Okay, read.
You got full understanding.
Mm-hmm.
As I commanded thee in the time appointed of the month Abib.
The wisdom of Abib. Okay,
Yes,
you
sir.
just beginning. You have Abib on. Okay, you're a babe.
That's when you let off the leaven. That's why we went to
Yes.
1 Corinthians. You started dropping off the leaven.
You're a
Now you're in the bib. You're now you're a
Yes.
child.
Exactly. Read.
For in it thou camest out from Egypt.
Y'all
Right
left that carnal prison, that psychological prison, like Herod had you in. Y'all see how that works together? Read.
And none shall appear before me empty.
You see a little smile. He had a smiley face down there too, right?
Yes.
You see it?
Yes.
Right. He clowning you.
He clowning you.
Next verse. You see, it's saying the same thing that we just read. Next verse.
Right.
Verse 16. And the feast of harvest,
This is the Feast of Weeks it's talking about. So this is Pentecost. Read.
the first fruits of thy labors, which thou hast sown in the field.
So you teaching. All right. It's talking about teaching. So it's a level of teaching that's unleavened bread. Then there's a level of teaching during this Feast of Weeks. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Read.
First fruits.
Yes.
Seed.
Yes.
Field. Yeah.
Read.
Sown.
Yes.
And the feast of in gathering.
Oh, you gather to.
In gathering.
Yes. You gathering in. So basically it's telling you that tabernacles is when the Lord or the understanding dwells in you.
Right.
That's
Praise.
another level. Y'all see that? Read.
Which is in the end of the year.
So now you got full, complete wisdom.
Understand.
Y'all see how this fitting?
Yeah.
Yes, sir.
It's talking about the process of a man's learning. It's talking about you going from a guy who just now learning about the spiritual doctrine to an elder. I hope y'all see that. Read.
When thou hast gathered in thy labors out of the field.
So you done went and you done brought a whole lot of people into the understanding of the doctrine. Next verse.
Praise. Verse 17. 3 times in the year.
It's saying the same thing. Read.
All thy males shall appear before the Lord God.
You're going 3 times, 3 stages of your understanding. You gonna appear before the Most High. You're gonna get better understanding of 2 or 3. Y'all see?
Yes, sir.
Next verse.
Verse 18. Thou shalt not offer the blood of my sacrifice with leavened bread.
And you just read leavened bread was malice. Okay.
Right.
So he's telling you, you got to purge yourself of all of that foolishness,
All
hatred
praises.
and that malice. Y'all see that? You can't hate nobody and then get this level of understanding. Y'all see that? Read.
Neither shall the fat of my sacrifice remain until the morning.
So once you get it, you ain't gonna you
Consume that.
you gonna consume it, but you ain't gonna start a new understanding of it. You gonna accept it. You're not gonna reject it and try and add something to it. Y'all see what's going on? The morning is whenever new understanding comes. You're gonna accept it. Right? Next
New
verse.
light. Yep. New light.
Praise. Verse 19. The first of the first fruits of thy land thou shalt bring into the house of the Lord thy God.
You see how we keep talking about all these elders and that stuff in the chat?
Yep.
That's Pentecost. Y'all see what's going on? Those first fruits, the wisdom of those prophets. That's what you bring into the house of the Lord. That lets you know we keeping the law. But them other people over there, they not doing that. They got to have one man who get all the shine.
Right.
He got his merry men on the side. They get a little bit of the shine too. But what they're doing is they're taking your ideas and then they're saying that they brought it forth. Y'all notice we calling off these prophets that's bringing these precepts up here, these elders that's bringing these precepts up to y'all. Y'all see it.
Hey, you notice, I dare you to go over to IUIC and put a precept in the chat.
Right.
Yeah. You might have an interaction with their security.
Like, no.
Man.
We'll read on.
Thou shalt not seethe a kid in his mother's milk.
You ain't gonna take somebody. A kid is somebody that's young in the understanding, right? Seeds means you're bringing fire in his mother's milk. So you bring in your own doctrine and you are causing them people to believe your own doctrine. You're supposed to be teaching them the Most High's doctrine of 2 or 3. Y'all see what's going on? This verse. We just talking it through.
Verse 20. Behold, I send an angel before thee.
Is a prophet. 2nd Ezra 1, 38 and 38 through 40. 2 Samuel 14, 17. Revelation 2 and 1. All right. That's angels. Angels talking about the prophets. Read.
To keep thee in the way.
We're the angels keeping you in the way, the doctrine, the new doctrine. Y'all see that? Read.
This place. And to bring thee unto the place which I have prepared.
That's what we're doing. You're bringing you into the doctrine that the Most High prepared. He sent the watchman to tell you what it means. Next verse.
You said in the place which he shall choose.
Yes. He chose the doctrine of 2 or 3. That's the place. Read.
Verse 21. Beware of him.
He said, beware to listen to what we're saying because we're warning you. Right. Remember, it said this process gonna make you an elder. He say, listen to what they're warning you about. Read.
And obey his voice.
The voice that we're using is the voice Christ left us. This is not our own doctrine. As you notice, we've taken great pain to give you more precepts than is required because we don't want to get it wrong. Read.
Provoke him not.
If I'm bringing you these 2 or 3, don't come up in here giving me no grief.
Right.
All right. Don't give me no grief because I ain't got time. All I'm going to do is say, hey, brother, do what you want.
Right.
After the second admonition, reject. All right. I ain't going to get an extra nickel from coming up in here. Well, since you taught me that, I got this nice extra ladle of soup to put in your bowl. Man, ain't nobody getting no extra bowl of soup. Well, say, I'm not gonna give you them crackers. I'm gonna give you a Ritz that go with your soup.
Oh, butter Ritz.
Get out of here, man.
Straight up, for he will not pardon your transgressions.
He's saying will correct you. All right. But at the end of the day, we're not the one who's doing the judging, the final judgment. You got to get that pardon from the Most High. Y'all see that? All we can tell you is how to get the pardon. But if you transgress, you don't want to listen to the word. I mean, that's on you. You got free will. Read.
For my name
doctrine
is in him.
He letting you know we got the doctrine. Next verse, last verse.
Verse 22. But if thou shalt indeed obey his voice,
if you listen to what we trying to tell you,
and do all that I speak,
it's not. Oh, read that again.
And do all that I speak.
So he ain't talking about what we saying. We ain't trying to be lords over you.
No.
You see, we ain't telling you how to live your life.
Nope.
We just telling you what it means. So that's why we using the Lord's speech.
Yeah.
He's speaking through us.
Yes.
We're not trying to tell you how to run your wife, run your kids, how you spend your money, what job you need to get. All that.
Tell you how to change your oil and all that. No, we ain't got nothing to do with that. Read on.
Then I will be an enemy unto thine enemies.
The enemies are the people with the carnal interpretation. All right. You're going to be able to defend the doctrine. All right. If you listen to, not to us specifically, look at the way we are coming forth with the wisdom. Follow that path. All right. He ain't telling you listen to us specifically. He telling you use the prescribed method that I gave you in order to find the answer. That's all he's saying. All right. Read.
And an adversary unto thine adversaries.
Ain't nobody that gonna be able to beat you whenever you try and explain this thing. All right, because they're gonna be coming up with some kind of foolishness. All of that. By the time you get through talking, Matthew 26 is on the horizon.
Man.
That one. The devil come and steal it immediately. Brother, go up the street, teach your own doctrine. Like, bro, get out of here, man.
Say, man, look, bro. Why don't you get?
You don't know. You don't know. Right.
Exactly.
Right.
You don't know. You don't know, bro. God damn.
Right. Now, the Most High is stating the stages of learning you must enter to be accepted by him as a prophet. That's what them 3 times talking about. He is not instructing you to do a carnal ritual 3 times a year. Nonetheless, we want to focus on that second time that we must come before the Most High, which is Pentecost. We have a class on Passover on the channel, and we did a class on Tabernacles called How Much Will You Pay to Serve the Lord? Today, we will give you more understanding on Pentecost. The first thing you notice about Pentecost is the prefix Penti. Pentagram, 5 points. Pentagon, 5 sides. Have the number 5 in common. Y'all see that? Pentecost consists of 7 Sabbaths plus 1 day. All right, that make 55. Y'all see that? Go to that. Where's that thing? Is 2 Peter 3 and 8?
Yes.
So that y'all know, okay? I didn't put it in my notes, but this is whenever you see them zeros and all that other stuff, don't sweat them zeros, y'all. All right, don't get caught up in them zeros. All right. Read that out.
Yes, sir. 2 Peter chapter 3 and verse 8. But beloved, be not ignorant of this one thing, that one day is with the Lord as 1,000 years.
He's saying the zeros don't matter.
And 1,000 years as one day.
So when you see 50, it's talking about 5. If you see 400, it's talking about 4.
Oh.
Y'all see what's going on? All right, so don't sweat the zeros. When it's talking about 50, that Pentecost is talking about the number 5. All right, so let's go to Genesis 1. So you can understand what this 5 talking about.
And what?
Genesis 1 and 20. We're gonna talk it through.
Well, these comments is crazy.
All praise to the Most High. Elder Cortez ain't playing over there.
You're right.
Genesis chapter 1 and verse 20. And God said, let the waters bring forth abundantly the moving creature that hath life.
Okay, so it's talking about, this is the 5th day, and it'll tell you at the end that we talking about the 5th day. The waters is wisdom, all right? And it's going to bring forth abundantly. It's going to bring forth wisdom. It's 2 types of wisdom that's being brought forth, so that y'all know. You bringing forth carnal wisdom, and you bringing forth spiritual wisdom. Preachers is prophets, all right? But it's saying they gonna bring forth doctrines. Y'all see what's going on?
That hath life.
Life is wisdom. Christ said He the way, the truth, and the life. Read.
And fowl that may fly above the earth.
So he talking about prophets that fly above the earth. That means spiritual prophets, or prophets that's got high elevated understanding. Then leadership. Read.
In the open firmament of heaven.
Firmament is light. Okay. Next verse. There's a scripture that says the light of the firmament. So when it's talking about firmament, it's talking about light. Read
verse 21. And God created great whales.
When it's talking about animals, okay? Animals and creatures and birds, okay? It's talking about prophets. You got Ezekiel 34:31. You got Ecclesiastes, 3 and 18? Okay, so when it's talking, flocks of my pastors are men. Men are beasts, okay? So them whales is talking about prophets. Whales are great prophets. Okay? They're giant fish. Y'all see how that work? Okay. Giants, and we're gonna read it here in a second by Genesis 6, how them giants was created. Read.
And every living creature that moveth.
Living, meaning it's preaching something. Read.
Which the waters brought forth abundantly.
So it's a lot of prophets that's teaching different doctrines. Read.
After their kind.
Yeah, the people, they got different denominations of what they're teaching. Read.
Every winged fowl after his kind.
So you got a lot of fowl that fly above the earth. All right. Read.
And God saw that it was good.
The Most High, He created a situation. It's His will for it to manifest, for there to be carnal doctrines and for there to be spiritual doctrines. Next verse. Yeah, because you're going to have to, it's a scale. You're going to have to weigh the fire to get the salvation. All right. It's going to be stumbling blocks. It's going to be snares and traps. Snares and traps are the doctrine of the prophets. All right. So you're going to have to navigate through that in order to get the righteousness. Read.
Verse 22. And God blessed them, saying, be fruitful and multiply.
Teach your doctrines. You at a specific day. Teach the doctrine. You at the point where you can teach. Y'all see that?
And fill the waters in the seas.
You filling the waters, giving your doctrine to people. You giving your understanding. All right, read.
And let fowl multiply in the earth.
So a lot of prophets are multiplying, meaning that they're teaching and causing other people to believe their doctrine.
Yep.
Next verse.
Verse 23. And the evening and the morning were the 5th day.
He's telling you, when you're at the 5th day, you able to teach. All right. The Most High says at the 5th day, your doctrine, the waters, can give life, wisdom to other creatures. Teaching. All right. He uses the example of a whale or a giant fish to demonstrate a person at the 5th day knows how to mix doctrines and how to rightly divide doctrines. So that's the ability that you have. The carnal, mixed doctrine, or the spiritual, rightly divide doctrines. Y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
There are 2 types of prophets being discussed. One converted at the 3rd day, and the other one has not. This is what happened in Genesis 6. First, let me show you the law of if you don't repent or convert at the 3rd day, you will remain unclean. Then we're going to show you the results of what happened in Genesis 6. But go to Numbers 19 and 11. So Pentecost is 50 days. So it's talking about a level of teaching. Talking about a level of teaching. Bring it up a little bit so he can see it.
Yes, sir. Sorry about that.
Yeah, you're good. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. Numbers chapter 19 and verse 11. He that toucheth the dead body.
Body is a church. Dead mean is carnal. Y'all see that? Because we talked about death before, right? Read.
Of any man.
Man is a prophet. So if you following a man's doctrine, y'all got that? Read.
Shall be unclean 7 days.
7 is a number of completion. You are going to be unrighteous. That's what he's telling you.
Yep.
Right. Next verse.
Verse 12. He shall purify himself with it on the 3rd day.
The 3rd day is the spiritual doctrine. All right. They call it the water of purification. That's what they're talking about, right? The water of purification is when you convert. You hear enough to where you convert to the spiritual doctrine after the 3rd day. Y'all see that? Read.
And on the 7th day he shall be clean.
So if you convert, if you repent on the 3rd day, you are going to be able to reach salvation at the 7th day.
Yep.
If you don't repent at the 3rd day, and you just like a Jeopardy contestant, you able to remember interesting facts, right? And use them in the form of a question, right? You are not going to get salvation if you don't believe.
Oh,
Y'all
praise.
see that?
Yes, sir.
That's what he's saying. Read.
But if he purify not himself the 3rd day,
if you don't repent, read.
Then the 7th day he shall not be clean.
You ain't gonna get salvation because you don't believe in the doctrine. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Last verse.
Verse 13, whosoever toucheth the dead body of any man that is dead.
So if you go up in there and start believing that carnal foolishness that man teaching, read.
And purifieth not himself.
If you don't find out and start believing in the spiritual interpretation of what the Bible's saying, read.
Defileth the tabernacle of the Lord.
You are the temple of God, all right?
Yep.
So the Most High can't dwell in you. That's what tabernacle's talking about. Y'all see that? That's another level. You ain't gonna make it to the level of tabernacles. Guess what month tabernacles is in? 7th month. Y'all see how this fitting with these these 7s and these 5s? Y'all see what's going on?
Oh, what you did there.
Immersion.
Right.
Yes. Read on.
And that soul shall be cut off from Israel.
You're gonna be stupid. All right. You ain't gonna have, you're not gonna believe in the Most High. He said, Christ say, if you dwell in me, I dwell in you. But he can't dwell in you because you don't believe in him. Read.
Because the water of separation.
The wisdom separated you from the belief in the carnal. Y'all see that? The spiritual wisdom separated you from the belief in the carnal. That's the water. Read.
Was not sprinkled upon him.
You ain't got the real understanding. Read.
He shall be unclean.
You unclean to the Most High. He won't accept you. Read.
His uncleanness is yet upon him.
So the Most High gonna reject you. So that's what it's telling you. You got to convert at the 3rd day in order to make it to the 7th day. So let's look and see what happened to some people who didn't convert at the 3rd day. Go to Genesis 6:1. If you keep reading on down, it'll give you more examples of what we just read. All right.
Because he didn't have that rose water, he was unclean.
Rose water ain't gonna get it for you, bruh.
Man.
Well, it look like you trying to start a business or something.
Ancient pimping.
Hey, man. Well, say, hey, I guess it be trying to have a Jerry Lewis telethon with all them Jerry's that IUIC. Go ahead and read that right there for me.
Yes, sir. Genesis chapter 6 and verse 1. And it came to pass when men began to multiply on the face of the earth.
What did we read? Be fruitful and multiply. But I told you, I showed you, you had to convert at the 3rd day.
Right.
In order to make it to the 7th. All right, read.
And daughters were born unto them.
So they started creating doctrines. Daughters is women. Women are doctrines. All right. That's Sirach 15:1-3, Proverbs 7, 4 and 5. Next verse. So these men started creating doctrines, right?
Verse 2. That the sons of God,
that's the righteous,
the daughters of men,
that's them dead. You remember that it said that if you touch that dead body, all right, y'all see what's happening. It's being what he's showing you is an example of what we just read. All right, so you got righteous people who believing in lies. Read.
The daughters of men that they were fair.
So they using tactics like, hey man, you know, ain't nothing in the Bible say you can't have 4, 5, 6 wives. See what I'm saying? That kind of thing. Man, we'll go ahead and put you with a wife and you basically be able to tell her to do whatever and she'll come in here and she'll hop on one foot like a dog barking.
Yeah.
You know what I'm saying? Those are the things that they use in order to entice men to believe their doctrine. So righteous people are being beguiled or deceived into following lies. Y'all see that? Read.
And they took them wives of all which they chose.
So the ones that they like, whatever they lust was, that's what they chose. Y'all see that? Next verse. That's what's happening now. It's righteous men who've been deceived into thinking that following those men over there is going to get them salvation. But by the way, the men are allowing them to fulfill their lust.
Yep.
All right. Read.
Verse 3, and the Lord said, my spirit shall not always strive with man, for that he also is flesh. Yet his days
wisdom
shall be 120 years.
Ain't it a 12 in 120? Didn't we just read that thing say don't sweat the zeros?
Yes, sir.
All right, he gonna have complete understanding of that wickedness. All right, that flesh, that carnal, he gonna be completely carnal. Next verse.
Verse 4. There were giants in the earth in those days.
The result of the sons of God going into the daughters of men caused them to be giants, because they're mixing the doctrine. They are mixing the doctrine. If a man come out here and he give you a precept packet and tell you that the seed is the word and all of the water is the word and all that other stuff, and then the first thing he do whenever he gonna start talking about Moses, he talking about the man actually took a stick and put the stick on the side of a beach, and then the next thing you know, the water just split in half for miles. Okay. That man just mixed the doctrine, because he showed you in the precept packet that the water was the word. Okay. But he's using water in a carnal context when he tells the story about Moses. Y'all see that? Okay, so that's an example of the sons of God going in unto the daughters of men and becoming giants. There's a particular bishop that does that. And everybody associated with him follow his doctrine. So they're all giants.
You're right.
Yep.
Correct. But read on.
And also after that, when the sons of God came in unto the daughters of men.
When all of them righteous prophets started following that nut.
And they bear children to them.
They started creating other doctrines to support his doctrine. Read.
The same became mighty men.
They're mighty men now. They can get out there on the street and tell, they could teach that lie so good that the average person can't defeat them whenever they're debating the Bible. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Read.
Which were of old, men of renown.
They were of old. The old is the Old Testament. All right. They got the Old Covenant. Men of renown. Y'all know who they are. Y'all see them on YouTube. All right. So here's an example of them. Go to Galatians 3, verse 1.
Gotcha. Foolish Galatians.
That's who it is. That's what he's telling you. That's right. They found out the spiritual doctrine, and they go back and consume that vomit, as it were.
Galatians chapter 3 and verse 1. O foolish Galatians,
read.
Who hath bewitched you?
They bewitched you with that doctrine. You was righteous whenever you knew not to hate nobody. You was like, you had come to the conclusion that, you know what, I'm just gonna go through life, I'm gonna do the best that I can. Then some nut came out and said, since you came into slavery on ship, that means you got the right to hate everybody and wish death upon any race that didn't go through slavery like your forefathers did.
Man, bewitched.
That's how they bewitched you. Next thing they said, We was kings.
Everybody was a king.
Yeah, everybody was a king. Wasn't nobody taking the trash out. Understand? Everybody was rich. All right. Read on.
That ye should not obey the truth.
The truth is the spiritual doctrine. Christ is the way, the truth, and the life. All right. Read.
Before whose eyes Jesus Christ hath been evidently set forth.
They learn the spiritual doctrine. They watch us. They're watching us now.
Right.
Crucified among you.
And y'all still rejecting him.
Yep.
Next verse. That old tempo changed up on that on that old soundtrack, boy. If I was driving one of them big rigs, I might be nodding my head right now. But read on, Elder.
Yes, sir.
Somebody else doing it?
Yes. Verse 2. This only would I learn of you.
That's what we wanted. Read.
Received ye the Spirit by the works of the law?
Did you get it by the carnal law?
Or by the hearing of faith?
The hearing of faith is the hearing of the spiritual doctrine. Y'all see that? We ain't gonna believe it a point. But let's go back to Genesis 6.
Genesis chapter 6 and verse 4. There were giants in the earth
Go to verse 5.
Verse 5. And God saw that the wickedness of man was great in the earth, and that every imagination of the thoughts of his heart was only evil continually.
So the Most High sees them with their carnal thoughts and the way that they teach his word as evil.
Evil.
Right. Last one.
Yes, sir. Verse 6. And it repented the Lord that he had made man on the earth.
Yes.
And it grieved him at his heart.
He is ticked off at the prophets because they ain't teaching this doctrine the proper way. They teaching it carnally. Let's get another example of it. Go to 2 Ezra 6 and 47. We're talking about the 5th day. This is what happens at the 5th day. You're able to teach. You are able to teach at the 5th day. That's what this Pentecost talking about. That's what that 50 is talking about. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. 2 Ezra chapter 6 and verse 47. Upon the 5th day, thou saidest unto the 7th part, where the waters were gathered, that it should bring forth living creatures.
So you able to bring forth living creatures at the 5th day, because they're gonna follow your doctrine. Y'all see that? Read.
Fowls and fishes.
That's prophets. Fowls and fishes are prophets. Read.
And so it came to pass.
So the Most High put it into place. Y'all seeing it manifested now. You got carnal prophets and you got spiritual prophets. Next verse. We're reading down to 50.
Verse 48. Or the dumb water,
carnal,
and without life,
no spiritual. Read.
Brought forth living things at the commandment of God.
So y'all seeing it's 2 different types of prophets bringing stuff, but it's of the Most High, because he gonna make you choose. You got the way to fire. Read.
That all people might praise thy wondrous works.
Right. Next verse.
Verse 49. Then didst thou ordain 2 living creatures,
one carnal, one spiritual. Y'all see that? 2 kinds of prophets. Read.
The one thou calledest Enoch,
Mm-hmm.
and the other Leviathan.
What's the first letter of that last one?
Levi.
Okay, y'all see what's going on. Ain't talking about no fish. Ain't nobody gonna be roasting up fish steaks in the wilderness, all right?
Mahi.
Ain't what that talking about. Ain't gonna be no mahi. All right? How you gonna cut up a big fish that's bigger than a house? Come on, man.
Right.
Stop, y'all. Okay, all of that stuff that they telling y'all, they don't know what it means. All right?
Right.
They make it up as they go along. Ain't gonna be no fish steaks. All right? Ain't no swordfish. All right?
Mm.
All right, next verse.
Man, come on, man. No fish sticks.
Man.
It's a Bishop Nathaniel Gordon.
Right.
Yeah.
No fish
He's
sticks.
going fishing. Yeah.
Fish sticks and tartar sauce.
Yeah, I'm telling you.
Man.
Old
Homemade
Bishop
tartar.
Charlie. Yeah.
Man.
Last verse.
Verse 50. And did it separate the one from the other.
You separated the carnal from the spiritual. Y'all see it now, right? It's easy to see it now. You just gotta be guided in the right direction. He said, listen to that prophet whenever he come talk to you.
Yes, sir.
Read.
For the seventh part.
All right, to get full understanding. Read.
Namely, where the waters are gathered together, might not hold them both.
You can't mix them up.
Nope.
Like that giant doing. Y'all see that? All right. So let's go to Sirach 17 and 1.
Had to
We're
chop
trying
somebody
to get the 17.5.
So what number we at? Sirach what?
Sirach 17 and 1. We going down to 5.
Down to 5. 17.5.
17.5. Y'all watch it. Pray for Elder Stephen.
Hey man, I had to deal with somebody in this other chat over here talking, but he didn't know what the seed was. He got mad about the king's seed and eat them.
Oh man,
they get mad.
Oh man, they're feeling some type of way.
Y'all misread 1 Kings 11:14.
Oh my!
I was like,
oh my!
He said he's of that nation of Edom. That's his seed. I'm like, brother, seed the word.
Seed the word, bro. Seed the word, bro. Luke 8 and 11. Mark 4:14, baby. All day, baby. That's 2. You ain't gave 1.
Right.
Come on, bro. But my pastor, my moray, my bishop say, look here, we don't care about your bishop.
I got another one saying, I swear y'all be reading all script because this makes no sense. The Bible literally proves your whole meaning wrong.
And when you say literal, that means you don't know how to read the Bible.
Yep.
Okay, we don't follow the princes of this world.
Right.
But go ahead, Elder, read that.
Man.
Yes, sir.
Yeah, bro, it's gonna be like that.
I know.
Sirach Ecclesiastes chapter 17 and verse 1. The Lord created man of the earth.
He was carnal.
And turned him into it again.
Yeah, he got a double portion of that carnal right now. But next verse.
Verse 2. Yes. He gave them few days.
Small amount of understanding. Read.
And a short time.
Only a little bit of understanding. Read.
And power also over the things therein.
Okay, so now he gave you power over which doctrine you gonna believe. Okay, power mean doctrine. All right. Next verse. Things mean doctrine as well. This is Mark 1 and 27, I think it is. Shouts out to Elder Anderson.
Right.
Yes, sir.
Read.
Verse 3. He endued them with strength by themselves.
So he gave them strength in their own doctrine. Read.
And made them according to his image.
And he also made spiritual prophets. Y'all see that? His image is his spiritual doctrine. Read.
Verse 4. And put the fear of man upon all flesh.
So a lot of people are afraid to challenge these prophets of today. All right. Read.
and gave him dominion over beasts and fowls.
So he put the prophets over all of the prophets who don't have proper understanding. Y'all see that? He got both carnal prophets and he got spiritual prophets. All right, next verse. Now this what we wanted right here.
Verse 5. They received the use of the 5 operations.
So now they got the ability to teach. Read.
Of the Lord.
They teach the Lord 2 or 3. They got the understanding of how to teach the 2 or 3, the spiritual doctrine. Read.
Yes. And in the 6th place, he imparted them understanding.
So now the people who make it to the 6th level, 6 mean carnal. All right. They got a lot of understanding, but they carnal. Read.
And in the 7th, speech.
So whenever you in the 7th, you got complete wisdom, you got rest. All right. So you able to teach it, and then whenever you finally get to the 7th level, after you repented at the 3rd day, you got rest. All right. Read.
An interpreter of the cogitations thereof.
That means at the 7th level, you able to weigh the fire, carnal and spiritual, rightly divide. That makes sense?
Yes, sir.
I'm glad we were able to go through that exercise. Now, the 5th day is associated with being able to teach the spiritual doctrines. You have many elders out there that are at different levels of wisdom. Again, we are not the only elders teaching this doctrine. However, we have been teaching long enough to be considered at the apex of the doctrine. That does not make us better than you.
Nope.
It just means we have a lot of experience and can see a lot that most people don't see. There are levels of wisdom in the Bible. Days, weeks, and years. Let's start with the days. The first level is the Feast of Unleavened Bread. 7 days. You must purge the leaven of the Pharisees. We already showed you what leaven meant. Pastors and the camp leaders, that's the leaven. And begin to learn the spiritual unleavened bread or the doctrine of Christ. All right. We have explained that concept many times. After you reach the level of rest, belief, 7 days, y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
You continue your journey of learning the Most High's doctrine. You begin to teach the doctrine where you come to the Pentecost level. 5, right? That is where the disciples were. All right. So you got 7 Sabbaths, meaning you done went and you've been teaching a complete amount of time. And now you at the 50th day that you can teach at that new level after the 7 weeks. Y'all see that? All right.
Horses.
Okay. So now, that is where the disciples were when they were up in the upper room. All right. They had walked with Christ and came to the point where they had complete belief in the doctrine and could teach and defend the doctrine. Now it's a metaphor for the next level. Y'all see that? They wasn't able to do that whenever they was walking with Christ, right? Remember, he kept telling them about the leaven of the Pharisees and all that. They was doing the 7 days whenever Christ was there.
It was 6 days they were laboring.
Right. And then finally, they got the understanding. At that level, they at the lowest level. Then he died. Then they went to the Pentecost level. I hope y'all see what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
All right, so they can defend the doctrine. They were able to explain the doctrine in other languages. interpretation.
Yeah.
All right. That is called Pentecost, or the Feast of Weeks. Unleavened bread is the Feast of Days, 7 days. Pentecost is the Feast of Weeks. Promoted to the wisdom of weeks. You start at the wisdom of days and you move to the wisdom of weeks. I hope y'all seeing what I'm saying.
Yes, sir.
We are going from days to weeks. The day after the 7 weeks is 50. So 7 times 7 is 49. One more day make 50. So now you're able to teach at the weeks level. All right. You are teaching at a different level. Not the 5th day, Feast of Unleavened Bread, beginner level teacher, but the 50th day, or 7 weeks plus 1. Y'all see that? Promotion to Pentecost. Promotion comes from the Most High. That's not talking about a rank of captain or officer of 72. It ain't talking about that. Some rank in a church.
Right.
So now y'all know what this means. Go to Psalm 75 and 6.
Yeah. Oh man.
This is how we do this. All of that stuff that they teach y'all, you come here to find out what it really means. All right. These men been lying and making this stuff up. They've been pulling out these wisdom, these doctrines out of their posteriors. All right.
Wow.
And you've been paying a heavy price for it because you're getting further and further from the understanding that the Most High wants you to know. But we're your brothers and we love you.
Yep.
That's why we're up in here taking the time to tell y'all what this stuff means.
Praise.
Even though I know shortly from now y'all will be facing the east and doing whatever it is that y'all have to do, going over there listening to that man's pornography. But read that for me, Elder.
Yes, sir. Psalms chapter 75 and 6. For promotion cometh neither from the east, nor from the west, nor from the south.
Okay, so all of them different places that you, prophets that you go to, right, that you learning your wisdom from, that ain't where the promotion comes from. We telling you the promotion because as you continue in your walk, you're gonna move to another level. When you go after your position in the Feast of Unleavened Bread, and you start learning, right? You're gonna keep learning, and then a time gonna come in your life where you're gonna say, well, let me start over. I'm going all the way back to Genesis 1. And it's gonna be like the words on the page moved. And you gonna say, oh my God, how come I didn't see that before? The whole book changed. And your wisdom, you sitting there like, wait a minute. This means this, so this means that. Now the Most High done promoted you. He ain't promoted you to no captain. He making you an elder.
65.2.
Right. You outrank that bishop over there, to tell you the truth, because he don't know what you know. That scripture say, I know more than my teachers. That's what he's telling you. You just got to understand you going along his program, not along Nathaniel program or Johanna or Azariac or whoever else it is out here, Genesis. The Most High don't care nothing about them clowns.
Nope.
He don't care about them. All right, because they not giving salvation. He's the one giving salvation. Y'all trying to please those men. They don't have the speed dial to talk to the Most High. They can't tell the spaceship to come over here to Cleveland. Pick these people up. They ain't got that kind of power. All right? They're just men.
Right.
But you getting promoted when you leave your feast of unleavened bread, then you come to Pentecost. Y'all see how that works? So he telling you promotion don't come from the men that you learn from. Next verse.
Verse 7. But God is the judge.
When you get that 2 or 3, that's when the Most High teaching you now. Y'all see that? Read.
He putteth down one.
He put down them carnal fools that we was learning from. Read.
And setteth up another.
And he put us in the position to teach his doctrine because we was humble enough to listen to him.
All praise.
Y'all see that? Go to Sirach, Ecclesiasticus 33 and 7. He telling you, man, get promoted. He get promoted. The Most High promote you. Okay? A man can't do it. Whatever your zeal is, determine how good you gonna be at teaching that word. What you willing to dedicate to get the understanding. Ain't no money in it. Trust me. This don't pay very well.
Nah.
You might need to go ahead and get you a regular job if you want to be able to eat. This is what we call back where I'm from, excrete. All right. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. Sirach, or Ecclesiasticus 33 and 7. Why doth one day excel another?
Some people got more understanding than others. Read.
When is all the light of every day in the year is of the sun.
So it's a lot of wisdom out there. But some people know more than others. Next verse. Read down to 13.
Verse 8. By the knowledge of the Lord.
The knowledge of 2 or 3. Read.
They were distinguished.
That's what made them different than the rest of them clowns. Read.
Oh, praise. And he altered seasons and feasts.
He made the words mean something else whenever them men started talking. Y'all see that? It's a different interpretation. Because the Most High is the one interpreting the Bible now, telling you what it means. Read.
Verse 9. Some of them hath he made high days.
Some of y'all got real high. Look at them prophets like Elder Cortez and Elder Blessed he that read how they popping them doggone precepts out there. Elder Elisha, Elder Dexter, they popping them precepts. They letting you know. Oh, I know what I'm talking about. They high days. Y'all see that? Read.
And hollowed them.
They special to the Most High. That's why he made them available to come up here. We ain't sending them no check. They come out here because they love y'all. That's why they doing. They love God and they love their brother. 2 great commandments. They following it. They ain't got to be here, y'all. Read.
And some of them hath he made ordinary days.
It's just gonna be people out there. They ain't gonna be able to make that Bible talk like that. They understand it to a certain extent, but they just ain't able to teach it. All right. And that's okay. All right. He's telling you, you still with me, you still believe in the doctrine, you're okay just the way you are. I called certain of them to do this here. Certain of them I didn't call to do it. But I tell you what, all y'all gonna be drinking that pomegranate wine.
Right.
All praise.
That's the inheritance, the word.
Yes, sir. Verse 10. And all men are from the ground.
We all start off carnal. Read.
And Adam was created of earth.
That's right. Even Adam was created of earth. Next verse.
Verse 11. In much knowledge the Lord hath divided them.
He separated us from that carnal foolishness. All of these different doctrines out here, all these different religions and all that other stuff. He separated you from that. All right, read.
And made their ways diverse.
We're different. We're divided from the powers that be and all of these other doctrines. We are different in the way that we see the word. Y'all see that? Next verse.
Verse 12. Some of them hath he blessed and exalted.
He exalted some of y'all to be able to, when people hear y'all talk, they be like, oh my God, where did he get that from? Man, this guy is smart.
Wait a minute. Who are you?
Right. What doctrine is this? Read on.
And some of them he sanctified.
Clean they understanding to where they understand what he talking about. Read.
And set near himself.
He set some of us near him, right? To be able to, we close to his understanding. Read.
But some of them hath he cursed.
So he cursed some of them. So they sitting up in there and they teaching a lie. They don't know that they cursed, that they telling a lie. Some of them know that they telling a lie and they still over there. So they got the curse too. The curse is their doctrine. They got a pestilence. They sick. Read.
And brought low.
So he done brought them low. Now, if it comes a situation where there's a debate, which they continue to run from, they're going to be embarrassed. All right? They're going to be confounded. That's why they run.
And turned out of their places.
They whenever the spiritual doctrine come in the room, they get turned out of that lie that they've been teaching. Because we can prove it's a lie with the 2 or 3. Read.
Verse 13. As the clay is in the potter's hand to fashion it at his pleasure.
Right. Read.
So man is in the hand of him that made him.
Y'all is playing them men hand. Y'all doing exactly what them men tell y'all to do. And y'all ain't got a chance, a snowball chance in Hades of getting salvation following them men.
To render to them as liketh him best.
So now he gave you a way to your lust. Y'all sit there and y'all laugh at that man talking nasty around them women because y'all like to do that. That's what y'all always wanted to do. All right. That's it, Elder, on that.
All right.
Okay.
I'll praise.
Now, let's look at the law. All right. So, let me see here. Let's look at the law. We'll start with Deuteronomy 16 because it's easier to explain, but there's more information in Leviticus 23. We're going to Deuteronomy 16 and 9.
Oh, we got 2 or 3?
Explain this Pentecost.
Okay.
It's another level. Promotion comes from the Most High. Some of y'all know more than the others. Some of y'all know more than me. Guess what? Hold that pomegranate wine up there whenever old Elder Stephen walk in the room.
Yes, sir.
I'm gonna be like a black Norm on Chills.
Right.
Just holler out my name when I walk in there. Like I said, give me a cold glass of water, boy.
Put a little ice in it.
That's all I need, just a little ice, bro. Come on, bro. Let's be civilized. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 16 and verse 9. 7 weeks shalt thou number unto thee.
So he's explaining Pentecost. It's at the week level now. All right. Before we was at days. Now we at the weeks level. This is a higher level of understanding. Y'all get that? Read.
Yes, sir. Begin to number the 7 weeks from such time as thou beginnest to put the sickle to the corn.
So now you done went and you was first with the days. Now you done got to the weeks level where you getting ready to harvest the corn. So now you teaching at another level. See that?
Praise.
Read.
Verse 10. And thou shalt keep the feast of weeks unto the Lord thy
Meaning
God.
you going to use 2 or 3 at the week's level now. Y'all see that? Read.
With a tribute of a free will offering of thine hand.
So you gonna continue to teach the doctrine that you've learned. Your hand is your doctrine. Whatever you've learned in the usage of that 2 or 3 has become your doctrine, and you're doing it freely, just like these elders in our chat are doing it freely. Y'all see that? Read.
Which thou shalt give unto the Lord thy God.
They're offering their wisdom to the Lord, meaning they're using 2 or 3 in order to teach what they talking about. Y'all see that? We putting it on the altar. We using 2 or 3 to make sure that everything that's being said is being interpreted properly.
According as the Lord thy God hath blessed thee.
Then we just read about some got more days than other days. See what I'm saying? He is consistent. That's what Pentecost is about. You do it to the best of your ability. You teach at the best of your ability after you get more experience. That's what it's talking about. Read.
Verse 11, and thou shalt rejoice before the Lord thy God, thou and thy son.
So you gonna continue to teach. All right, and you gonna do it with rejoicing. All right, you're not gonna have to be forced to do it. You're gonna do it of your own free will. All right, just like we do. We enjoy coming in here and teaching y'all. Read. You and your son. Your son is the people that's following you. See that? At the Pentecost level, that's what's going on. Read.
And thy daughter.
Your doctrines, all of the doctrines that you create are being created on 2 or 3. Read.
And thy manservant.
Them students that's following you. Read.
And thy maidservant.
And all of the doctrines they coming up with, all of it is going to be aligned with the 2 or 3. Read.
And the Levite. And the Levite that is within thy gates.
That's them elders. All right. That's the people who able to scrutinize what's being said. Read.
And the stranger.
What?
And the stranger.
Now, is this matter of fact, go to Deuteronomy 1:1 for me right quick.
All right, I got Deuteronomy.
Deuteronomy.
I wouldn't want nobody to confuse what's going on, right? Because this is before the split. Read that, elder.
Yes, sir. Deuteronomy chapter 1 and verse 1. These be the words which Moses spake unto all Israel.
See that? This is for all Israel. Okay? This is before the split. I just wanted that part right there. But I had found something. You know, the Most High, he be on your spirit sometimes. All right? Because this is a thing I was listening to the other night in 2 Samuel 22.
Oh, Samuel.
22 and 44.
Make you stop, right?
Say what?
They make you stop. You be listening to
Well, you know, you start doing your class and all that other stuff, and then all of a sudden it just occurs to you like, this might be important. Read that, elder.
Yes, sir. 2 Samuel chapter 22 and 44. Thou also hast delivered me from the strivings of my people.
This is David talking. All right. This is David talking, because he was king when Israel was together as well. Okay. Read.
And thou hast kept me to be the head of the heathen.
I thought he didn't. Who? Oh, what's that? They say he don't give his word to Israel. He don't deal with no other nation.
Right.
The head of the heathen.
Guess y'all reading that wrong, player.
Read on.
a people which I knew not shall serve me.
Meaning they gonna be your students.
Yep.
The Most High is saying you gotta teach them.
Right.
Wow.
Next verse. You can
Verse-
sit there and try and use all that racist crap all
Yep.
you want, but you can't overrule what this say.
This
Nope.
is black highlighter,
I
Right.
guess that's what they call it.
the
but
redactor.
we're reading it right now. We don't went and put that invisible ink on it. We done went up to be able to remove all of that black so you can see exactly what it's saying. You see
Yes.
the words on the page. So you can follow whoever you want. But whenever the time comes when that lightning bolt strike your rump, you ain't gonna be able to say the elders of Israel didn't teach you.
Right.
Read.
Verse 45. Strangers shall
Mm.
submit themselves unto me.
Uh-oh.
Meaning they gonna be taught by you. I know
Mhm.
y'all see that.
Right.
Read.
Yes, sir. As soon as they hear, they shall be obedient unto me.
How you gonna go and tell the Most High? We gonna only teach your doctrine to the blacks, Hispanics, and Native Americans when he telling you that whenever
Mhm.
the other nations hear his doctrine, they gonna be obedient to you.
Right.
Literally telling you his doctrine can convert the devil.
Right.
That's what he telling you. But you listening to this man that's telling you, no, Most High, I'm gonna have to take it from here.
No.
Read.
Right. Next verse.
Yes.
Verse 46.
Mm-hmm.
Strangers
Mm-hmm.
shall fade away,
Mm-hmm.
and they shall be afraid out of their close places.
They're going to
Convert.
convert.
Yes, indeed.
Yep.
That's what the Most High telling you.
Yep.
Right.
Follow Nathaniel if you want. The Most High say they gonna convert.
Mm-hmm.
You can follow him whatever, do whatever he says, but he's not giving salvation. He still has not provided the coordinates for that spaceship where y'all need to meet. He still ain't gave it up.
Right.
I'm just telling you, because he ain't got no salvation to give.
Right. And it said, strangers shall fade away. Guess what? They're not going to be strangers anymore.
No,
Right.
they gonna be of Israel.
Mhm.
That's what he telling y'all.
That's what
Mhm.
Ezekiel 47 was
Yes.
20.
21.
That's what it's talking about.
Mhm.
21 through
Mhm.
23. Yep.
Yep. So let's go back to where we were, man. Just wanted to get
Oh
that
my.
out there, man. It's
We're in Numbers?
amazing.
We're in Numbers or Deuteronomy?
No, we
There you
was at
There.
Deuteronomy 16.
All right, there we go.
Deuteronomy chapter 16 and 11.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt rejoice
Mm-hmm.
before the Lord thy God,
Mm-hmm.
thou and thy son
Mm-hmm.
and thy daughter
Mm-hmm.
and thy manservant
Mm-hmm.
and thy maidservant
Yes.
and the Levite that is
Mhm.
within thy gates,
That's the elders. Read.
and the stranger.
That's all of them nations, whether they like it or not. We don't care. We care what God said.
Right.
And at this point in time, there is no split. So a stranger is a stranger.
Right.
Read.
And the fatherless.
The people who ain't even got nobody teaching them. If they hear it and they start believing it, they get it too.
Mhm.
Read.
and the widow
All of the doctrines that's forgotten. Read.
that are among you,
Yes, all of them people who got the understanding of the Most High and gave you insight of a doctrine that ain't even taught no more. Read.
in the place
Mm-hmm.
which the Lord thy God hath chosen.
He chose
Jerusalem.
Jerusalem.
Mhm.
That's 2 or 3. Read.
To place his name there
Yes, his name is 2 or 3.
All
in
right.
your mind.
Next verse.
Verse 12.
Mm-hmm.
And thou shalt remember that thou wast a bond man in Egypt.
You're going to
Yep.
remember all of that foolishness you learned over there with them crazy fools. Over
All
that
that-
IUIC or whatever camp you came out of.
All that
or,
money you spent
Yeah, all of the stuff that they took advantage of you.
and your
Read.
family.
And thou shalt observe and do these statutes.
You're going to convert from that foolishness.
Yep.
Go to Leviticus 23 and 10. We are talking about Pentecost. This is what happens at Pentecost. All right, that's what we're talking about. Pentecost. All right. It's going to tell you the same thing we just read. It's just a little bit more complicated how it's written. But again, y'all notice he telling you how to do Pentecost in the Bible. You don't see no Easter.
You notice he showed 2 or 3 times too. He
Yes.
wrote 2 or 3 times.
That's right. So that means he means it. Read that.
Yes, sir. Leviticus chapter 23 and 10. Speak unto the children of Israel.
We're going to read it kind of quick because I know they about to face the East over there. I know some of y'all. Never mind, but go ahead.
Yes, sir.
You got to go to Easter.
Yes.
Right.
Face the Easter. Read that.
And say unto them, when ye be come into the land which I give unto you.
When you start understanding and believing in this doctrine, read.
And shall reap the harvest thereof.
Then
ye shall bring a sheaf of first fruits of your harvest unto the priest.
So that means you gonna bring your understanding, your wisdom, because the Most High gonna start working on a lot of y'all. Y'all gonna, like I said, them words on the page they gonna start dancing. You're gonna be like, wait a minute, man. I didn't see that before. But I'm gonna go and I'm gonna ask somebody who understand 2 or 3 whether or not that's what that means. That's what he telling you, because you starting to move up to that Pentecost level. Y'all see that? Next verse. Bring it up a little bit. Thank you.
Verse 11. And he shall wave the sheaf before the Lord.
You wave with your hand, y'all. Okay? So you're going to bring your doctrine before the Lord. 2 or 3. Read.
To be accepted for you.
So to see, so that you can get the proper understanding. Read.
On the morrow after the Sabbath, the priest shall wave it.
So after the understanding come, he gonna give you the understanding. Wave with his hand. Y'all see that?
Yep.
Next verse.
Verse 12. And ye shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf as he, I'm sorry.
And
he shall offer that day when ye wave the sheaf and he lamb without blemish of the first year.
So he telling you. Now you gon' give you talking about yourself without blemish. You see what's going on? You giving your wisdom, right? Without blemish, meaning it's been scrutinized by 2 or 3.
Right.
Oh, praise.
And you are the first year, cause you going the 3 times in a year. You see what's going on?
What's the lamb?
Ain't talking about in 365 days. That's not what it's talking about. It's talking about in the stage of your learning about the Most High's doctrine. So you started off with the unleavened bread 7 days. Now you moving further along at the weeks level within this year. Y'all see that? Within this time period or the level of understanding that you at. Y'all see that? Read.
For a burnt offering unto the Lord.
You're going to continue to go and get the 2 or 3 to scrutinize. David was the king of Israel, and it said that David went unto the Lord before he went out to war, meaning He scrutinized what he was going to say before he taught it. That's what that means.
One more thing. It said the lamb, right?
Yes.
Now you're spiritual because the lamb is Christ.
Yes.
But now you the lamb.
Yes. You the lamb. You are Christ. You are Jesus.
Example.
Read.
Verse 13. And the meat offering thereof shall be 2/10 deals of fine flour mingled with oil.
You know, if you take flour and oil and mix it together, you might be able to make you an old biscuit.
Old biscuit, old bread.
Old Bowberry biscuit or something.
Old Popeyes in your throat.
Right. Make a little bread. Y'all know bread wisdom, right?
Yes, sir.
And you know that 10 mean tithes. Y'all see that?
Yes, sir.
So you bringing forth your questions and your answers. Y'all see that? Your offering. You mixing together that flour and that oil, and you gonna get bread. Bread is wisdom. Y'all see how that works? Right. Read.
An offering made by fire unto the
Lord. Fire
Lord
turns it into bread. Fire is the word. 2 or 3. It say unto the Lord. Y'all see that? Read.
For a sweet savor.
That's what the Most High want to smell. That doctrine. You got the right doctrine. Read.
And the drink offering thereof shall be of wine, the 4th part of an hin.
4th. It's gonna be spiritual. Y'all see that? It's gonna be spiritual wine. See how that work together?
Yes, sir. Verse 14. And ye shall eat neither bread nor parched corn, nor green ears.
It's not ready yet. You're gonna study.
Right.
That means your doctrine wasn't ready yet.
Right. He gonna tell you in a second.
Until the self same day that ye have brought an offering unto your God.
Till you get the 2 or 3.
Right.
Just like Elder Johanna was telling you. Y'all see that? Read.
It shall be a statute forever throughout your generations in all your dwellings.
Your generations is the doctrines that you teach.
Yep.
It's going to be like that. This is what you got to do until the end of time. Drop down to verse 21. You have to teach it the same way. You got to use the 2 or 3. It's a commandment. You can't go out there teaching no green corn. All right. You got to get the 2 or 3. Read.
Yes, sir. Verse 21. And ye shall proclaim on the self same day that it may be an holy convocation unto you.
You're going to bring people in, gathering to this way of teaching. The convocation means a gathering. The gathering is to Christ. He's in the midst of 2 or 3.
2 or 3.
Y'all see how that works?
Yes, sir. Ye shall do no servile work therein.
You ain't gonna believe them old doctrines. That stuff ain't coming in now no more. You done labored your 6 days. You ain't bringing that in no more. You got the understanding, the wisdom now. That's right. Read.
It shall be a statute forever.
You're gonna have to teach it the same way until the end comes. Read.
In all your dwellings throughout your generations.
Again, forever.
Forever.
This is the last verse.
Verse 22. And when ye reap the harvest of your land,
of your doctrine, whenever you go and you start getting the benefits, you reaping, a lot of people gonna start believing what you are teaching. Read.
Thou shalt not make clean riddance of the corners of thy field when thou reapest.
So you gonna have to leave little breadcrumbs out there. Y'all see what's going on? Read.
The words, those little words that are breadcrumbs.
Yeah. You got to do it in such a way that people become interested in what you're teaching. All right. Read.
Neither shalt thou gather any gleaning of thy harvest.
Whenever they go to harvest, they go and inevitably in the harvest, some of the stuff gonna fall on the ground.
Mm-hmm.
So he telling you, the people, the carnal people, need to be able to eat some of it. Y'all see what's going on?
Mm-hmm.
Read.
Thou shalt leave them unto the poor and to the stranger.
Again. Again. Y'all can believe whatever y'all want. All right. Because I'm not the one bringing destruction or salvation. That's the Most High job. All right. But you ain't going to be able to say you didn't see it, because it's right here in Leviticus. This is when all Israel was together. There was no quote unquote split northern kingdom versus southern kingdom, which ain't in the Bible.
Made up doctrine.
All right. Read.
I am the Lord your God.
That's a commandment. All right. Now, you see that we are being promoted at Pentecost. All right. Now let's read about let's read about the disciples doing what you are supposed to do as disciples or students of Christ, to be promoted to apostles, teachers of the doctrine. Y'all see how that works? So let's go to Acts 2:1. We're gonna talk it through for time's sake.
Gotcha. Because they got Easter over there.
Well, at least it's coming soon. See. Yeah. We just gonna talk it through for y'all. So if somebody got a precept to throw in the bottom of it, let them drop it. Read.
Acts chapter 2:1. And when the day of Pentecost was fully come,
the understanding, the promotion to the level of Pentecost was come in them disciples. So he talking about they about to get promoted. Y'all see that? Read.
They were all with one accord in one place.
They all had the spiritual
Same
understanding.
doctrine,
Y'all see that? Next verse.
Verse 2. And suddenly there came a sound from heaven.
Sound, doctrine. From heaven on high, spiritual.
as
of a rushing mighty wind.
It's a strong doctrine.
Wind of doctrine. Ephesians 4:14.
Ephesians 4:14. That's right. That's what the wind is. It's the doctrine. Real. Read.
And it filled all the house where they were sitting.
The house, you the temple of God. All of them got the understanding. All right. It's in their minds. Y'all got it? Read.
Verse 3. And there appeared unto them cloven tongues.
They can rightly divide now. Cloven tongues. They know carnal and spiritual. Y'all see that?
Yes, sir. Read. Like as a fire.
Fire is the word. Fire is the spiritual doctrine. Read.
So you mean they didn't have snake tongues?
No.
Man.
No, sir. No, sir.
Okay. Good.
They didn't have that, sir.
Just checking.
And it sat upon each of them.
All of them learned it. They all understood. Sit mean teach. All right. So they were all taught this doctrine. Read.
Verse 4. And they were all filled with the Holy Ghost.
The spiritual doctrine dwelt in them. All right. It's in their brains. They got it now. That's what Hebrews 8:8, Jeremiah 31:31. All right. They got the doctrine. Y'all see that? The Holy Spirit. Spirit means doctrine.
Yes,
John
sir.
6:63. Read.
And began to speak with other tongues.
Shut about a Honda.
No, sir. No, sir. That's not what it's talking about, sir.
Mama say, Mama sa, Mama kusa.
I'm afraid that's not it.
Okay.
That's not it, sir. Yeah, that's not it, sir. Read.
As the Spirit gave them utterance.
Y'all notice we speak with a different tongue or interpretation of what them words mean. That's what they was doing. They was explaining it differently. Just like whenever Christ was with Nicodemus, and Nicodemus say, man, we know you a teacher from God because you doing the miracles. All right. That's in John 3 at the beginning, like 3:1-4 or something like that. So Christ was able to explain it. He was atoning. All right. That's what these got. Now they done rose up in level now. Now they understand it better. They promote it now. That's what the Most High telling you. Okay. This part about speaking in tongues is where the Pentecostal faith gets their denomination. They don't even count the calendar to ensure the date for Pentecost yearly. They created a doctrine where you must speak in tongues to signify that you have the Holy Ghost.
I always thought I didn't have it. God hated me. I didn't understand none of that.
Amen. But there's a problem with what they're doing. We're going to explain it. That is your proof. The fact that, they say that you have to be able to speak in tongues in order to have the Holy Ghost. That is your proof that they are saved by the blood of Jesus. All right. Once you can prove you can speak in tongues, it's Pentecost every day at that point. We are not here to belittle anyone, but nothing we discussed to this point about Pentecost says you must speak in different tongues. We will explain what that means shortly. What this is an example of is how easy it is to get a misunderstanding of the Bible and cause people to believe that they don't do what if they don't do what their leaders are saying, they won't receive salvation.
Right.
All right. What's this right here?
Tongue.
Okay.
Job.
Let's go ahead and use yours right quick. And then I'm going to go and get another one for you. Go ahead.
Okay.
Yes, sir. Job chapter 6 and verse 24. Teach me, and I will hold.
I'm going to hold that.
Hold my tongue and cause me to understand wherein I have erred.
That's one. What you got, Elder? Because I got 27 and 4 and 2.
Yeah, go ahead and put yours. Go ahead and put another one up there, because I'm gonna read a little bit more, and then we're gonna go ahead and get the law against them.
All right.
Show them that they're erring in what they're doing.
Job chapter 27 and verse 4. My lips shall not speak wickedness, nor my tongue utter deceit.
So what is the tongue talking about? Is the doctrine, the body part.
Doctrine. It's talking about an interpretation. Okay, so now 1 Corinthians 14 and 27 states that if you speak in an unknown tongue, you must have someone translate what is stated. When you hear people speak in tongues, it comes out as gibberish.
Right.
No one can translate it, and they cannot translate it to an actual language. So carnally, if the people are speaking in tongues in their churches and are not translating what's being said, they are breaking the law of their own doctrine. Or maybe it means something else. So let's read the law so that you don't think I made that up. Read that, Elder.
Yes, sir. 1 Corinthians 14:26. So is it then, brethren, when ye come together, every one of you hath a psalm.
That's a doctrine.
Hath a doctrine.
Actual. He's stating it. Read.
Hath a tongue.
Tongues a doctrine. Read.
Hath a revelation.
John had a revelation. Read.
Hath an interpretation.
Again, an interpretation. That's what we said. That's what tongues are. It's a different interpretation of what something means. But they're saying it's an actual language like Chinese or French or Russian. Their interpretation of what the words mean are different than what the spiritual interpretation is telling you. Read.
Let all things
Doctrines
be done unto edifying.
You got to make sure that what doctrine that you are teaching is supposed to help somebody. They're supposed to get some wisdom from it. Ain't nobody getting no wisdom from somebody getting up now. Ain't nobody getting no wisdom from that. Okay? Nope. They just get a bunch of hominids. All right? Next verse. Read.
Verse 27. If any man speak in an unknown tongue,
as the elder said, should about 100. Read.
Let it be by 2.
Oh. Read.
Or at the most by 3.
Oh, is that 2 or 3? Read.
And that by course.
A lesson. Read.
And let one interpret.
Oh, it's got to be interpreted what should about 100 means.
Man.
Next verse.
What 2 or 3 precepts?
Yes. Read.
Verse 28. And if there be no interpreter.
If nobody can't tell you what they saying, read.
Let him keep silence in the church.
Shut your mouth with that foolishness. Read.
And let him speak to himself and to God.
Don't tell nobody else that foolishness that you talking over there. Nobody don't want to hear that. All right. That ain't Uncle Stephen telling you that. That's God telling you that through Paul. Let's stop that foolishness. You got these people walking around here looking simple. Stop doing that.
All that Superman Jesus stuff.
So speaking in tongues is talking about the prophets are able to translate the carnal, literal beliefs of the different denominations of the Bible and to explain what they really mean spiritually. This is a prophet. Shout out. This is a prophecy. Shout out to Elder Misha. Or a similitude of what the prophets will see in our time.
Like what you did there,
y'all
brother.
seeing it done. The different names of the lands and doctrines are the doctrines of today that the people follow. Catholic, Judaism, Islam, and even Pentecostal. So let's go back to Acts so you can see, because they always say, well, you know, they were speaking in this land and they were speaking in this language, and that ain't what it's talking about.
Nope.
All right. Go back to Acts. Go to verse 5. Reading down to verse 22. We're going to read it kind of quick.
I got my sunflower seeds, so I'm in the zone now.
Obviously, man. You seem to be much more efficient, I tell you. Go ahead, Elder.
Yes, sir. Acts chapter 2 and verse 5. And there were dwelling at Jerusalem Jews, devout men out of every nation under heaven. Nation under heaven.
Okay, so he's telling you that there are Jews of every nation. Go ahead and give them that Romans 2.
Coming up.
There's Jews of every nation. That's what the Bible telling you. Y'all just think the Jew is the outward Jew, but it ain't. Now you can believe whoever you want. Again, our source is the Bible. Okay, read the Bible.
Yes, sir. Romans chapter 2.
Go ahead, start at 27. Yeah, I thought you was. I thought you had.
I had it up there, but
yeah. Go ahead, my friend.
All right.
Verse 2 and 27. And shall not uncircumcision, which is by nature.
Wait a minute. Did you start at 26 or something?
I started at 28. You said go back one.
I thought the thing said Jew.
Right here. I got it. Go. Read this. I got it. Let me control the sticks.
Okay,
You just interpret.
Well, look, man, go ahead and do your job, man.
Verse 28.
Didn't we just read that scripture?
No.
But go ahead.
For he is not a Jew, which is one outwardly.
Now, y'all see, he talking about a person that's got the phylacteries on the head. They got a big beard, or they got fringes on their garments and all that other stuff. He telling you that ain't the Jew.
Got that cape on his back.
Yeah, all that. You know what I'm saying? You know, again, you got the seersucker suit on and all that. That ain't the Jew, bro. That ain't the Jew. Got that the Elder Samuel say got on the miniskirt. No, that ain't no Jew. Some of that stuff is unsightly.
No.
But read.
Neither is that circumcision.
Circumcision is wisdom. Whenever you remove the flesh of wickedness from your mind. That's what is it? Deuteronomy 10 and 16, I think it is. Circumcision of the mind.
Yeah.
Read.
She put it on there. Deuteronomy 10:16. She put it on the chat.
Okay.
I'll praise.
Read.
Which is outward in the flesh.
So all of them outward different talisman that y'all wearing and clothes that y'all wearing to show that y'all righteous Jews and all that other stuff. The Most High don't care nothing about that.
Nope.
Read.
Next verse. Verse 29. But he is a Jew, which is one inwardly.
The Jew got the spiritual doctrine.
Yep.
Most High say, or Christ say, he gonna dwell in you.
You got the
inwardly.
You got the fringes on his mind.
You see that? That's how that works. Read.
And circumcision is that of the heart.
That's the second time you saw it.
The mind, baby.
Right. Read.
Yep. In the spirit.
Spiritual doctrine. Read.
And not in the letter.
Not in the carnal doctrine, the carnal belief. Like they saying, wear them fringes. You gotta have a beard on. Woman, cover your head before I come over there and slap you. All that other shit that ain't of the Most High. He telling you ain't supposed to be following that.
Right.
Read.
Whose praise is not of men.
Not of that carnal foolishness.
Man, I need to make officer 82.6, baby.
Amen.
Yep. And they cost us it up here.
I know that's right.
Close the door.
Right. For sure. Read.
But of God.
So you got to follow the Most High's doctrine, 2 or 3. All right. Go back to where you were in Acts.
Acts chapter 2 and verse 5.
6. We proved that the Jew was the Jew inwardly.
Inwardly.
Yes. Next.
Verse 6. Now, when this was noised abroad, the multitude came together and were confounded, because that every man heard them speak in their own language.
So he's telling you, now that these men done got promoted, they got the doctrine now. They speak and they able to interpret what every one of them denominations is saying. They saying, no, bro, that's what it really means using 2 or 3. Y'all see how that work?
Yes, sir.
All right, next verse.
So all those the religions, when they come with a doctrine, be able to explain the doctrine.
Right. Read.
Verse 7. And they were all amazed and marveled.
Whenever them people hear us start bringing that stuff out, them people be sitting up and I'm like, oh my God.
That's what that
means?
Wait a minute.
Right. It can't be.
Or you guys are reading it literally wrong.
Yeah, okay.
It's so disgusting.
Bless your heart.
Hey, man. They going over there, man, to sit in the corner, man. We got it, bro.
In the corner, rocking.
Man.
Go over there and Go over there and get your emotional support chimp and hug him. Read
Man.
on, Elder.
Give him a teddy bear.
Man. Saying one to another, behold, are not all these which speak Galileans?
Galileans.
So
they think we low key, you know what I'm saying? We don't speak the language, the high speech of the powers that be. They sit there and say, wait a minute, you ain't got no letters. What seminary school you went to? Why should we listen to you? Maybe you shouldn't. Okay, but I know you can't explain that man walking on that water.
Nope.
And none of y'all can't do it, but he said y'all gonna do it in the latter days.
You can't
now
fast
here it is, Israel, here it is, India and Pakistan about to drop one, right? So we obviously in the latter days. Why y'all ain't walking on water? Why y'all ain't healing y'all brothers' hands and healing their ailments, just putting your hand on them? Why y'all can't do that?
Why y'all not running?
If you can't, that means the Jesus that you serve lied to you. Now we know that Jesus is a righteous prophet.
Yep.
The difference is we know what he actually saying. So y'all could call us Galileans all you want, because that's what the Pharisees and all them other people called the disciples back in the day, once they had got that knowledge, right? So all that's happening is the Most High said this was gonna happen to y'all. It's just a similitude. A prophet see so that you see what's going on in your day.
It's that the Israel Jews will be few, right? So if you got 70 plus schools with all these people, is that few or many?
That's sounds like many.
Okay.
Yes. Next verse.
Coming up.
Verse 8. And how hear we every man in our own tongue, wherein we were born?
How is it that they able to explain that so that I can see where the prophet that I learned from got it wrong and what they saying actually makes sense? I can see that versus this prophet that I learned from saying, take it to God in prayer. The Lord work in mysterious ways.
Right.
Yep.
Y'all see what's going on? Next verse.
Verse 9. Parthians and Medes and Elamites and the dwellers in Mesopotamia and in Judea, and Cappadocia, in Pontus and Asia.
All that's telling you is all the different religions and denominations that people have. That's what he's showing you. They're all names. Y'all see that? Those are names. Those are doctrines. That's what we're able to translate. All them doctrines. It all come down to one thing.
Love your neighbor.
Love God and love your neighbor.
That's it.
That's what it come down to. Next verse. I don't care what the doctrine is. At the end of the day, all of them hang on those two commandments. Read. Phrygia
and Pamphylia in Egypt.
All of them captive under them different doctrines.
They like to get them pamphlets out though.
Yeah.
And they use a dictionary, so it's Pamphylia.
Yeah.
Man. and in the parts of Libya, about Cyrene, and strangers of Rome, Jews and proselytes.
He's telling you, all of them people gonna be converted. That's what he's telling you.
All praise.
Don't stop following the doctrines that they following, because they can't give them answers. We're here giving answers.
He doesn't know.
Right.
Doesn't know. Next verse.
Verse 11. Greeks and Arabians, we do hear them speak in our tongues the wonderful works of God.
Everybody gonna be able to to understand the doctrine. That's what he's telling you. All right. Not everybody's going to convert, but everybody's going to understand. When they hear it, they're gonna say, I understand that right there.
Then they reject
that right there.
Then they reject.
Hey, it's on them. They got free will. Next verse.
I see that.
Yes.
Verse 12. And they were all amazed and were in doubt, saying one to another, what meaneth this?
What is this doctrine? They're amazed whenever they hear it. They're saying, why I ain't never heard this before? Finding how the Most High keep his promises. He says coming in the latter days. That doctrine is back. Christ is back. Y'all just can't see him because y'all don't understand the doctrine. Read.
Verse 13. Others mocking said, these men are full of new wine.
Didn't I say that?
Crazy.
Didn't I say that?
Yes.
Y'all
they got this foolish doctrine.
Right.
Yes. They sent. They in our chat. They in our comment section saying that right now. Like we care one whit. Come on, bro. You ain't taking our platform down. All we gonna do is take your profile and send it to outer darkness with the click of a button, and you're gone. Make a new profile in order to even make a comment on our thing. We don't care.
Right.
Next verse.
Yeah, I saw a Discord.
Give me 2 precepts for cord.
Right.
Yes.
How about that, sir? Read that.
Yes. Verse 14. But Peter, standing up with the 11, lifted up his voice and said unto them, ye men of Judea, and all ye that dwell at Jerusalem.
So he talking to the spiritual people and the carnal people.
Judea's wicked.
Yes.
Be this known unto you, and hearken unto my words.
Listen to what this prophet trying to tell y'all. Read.
Verse 15. For these are not drunken.
We ain't crazy. We know what we talking about. Read.
Right. As ye suppose, seeing it is but the 3rd hour of the day.
We done gave you 3 precepts, brother.
Right.
Next. We proving what we saying.
Verse 16. But this is that which was spoken by the prophet Joel.
This is a prophecy of the end times. Like the Most High say he gonna give you prophets of his own heart.
Go ahead. I gotta bring this out after you do this.
I'm going down to 22. What you got? So
nope. Go ahead, read it. Read this.
Read that.
Verse 17. And it shall come to pass in the last days.
Ain't it the last days? Read.
Saith God.
It's a promise because the Most High said it's gonna happen. Read.
I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh.
All flesh. All wisdom. All of them people who got a doctrine has the opportunity to get salvation. That's what he's saying. All of them. The spirit is the doctrine. All flesh, all different wisdoms and understanding can receive the spirit. Y'all see that? That's a promise from God.
Yes, sir. And your sons and your daughters shall prophesy.
Once they learn it, your people gonna learn it from you, and then they gonna start teaching it. Read.
And your young men shall see visions.
They gonna look and they gonna see. When they bring them 2 and 3 together, the story changes and it makes more sense. That's what he telling you. Read.
And your old men shall dream dreams.
All of them people.
Go ahead. Hold that. Hold that.
Yeah.
I'm gonna show y'all a little tricknology.
That's what he quoting.
Yep. I'm gonna show y'all a little tricknology.
Or was it Hosea was what he quoted. Hosea 4, I think, was what he quoted.
No. This is the tricknology they run y'all with. Let me show it to you. Read that.
Joel chapter 2 and verse 27. And ye shall know that I am in the midst of Israel, and that I am the Lord your God, and none else.
See there? God said, there ain't nobody else God but Israel.
Yeah,
the black Hispanic, Native American.
Yeah,
Read.
good luck with that.
And my people shall never be ashamed.
Let me show you what they don't do. They don't go precept upon precept, line upon line, because they don't go to the next line, because what it say.
Verse 28. And it shall come to pass afterward.
After he established his prophets, after he established his prophets of Israel, the elders, then he gonna do what?
That I will pour out my spirit upon all flesh.
That's what he quoting.
Yeah.
And your sons and your daughters shall prophesy. Your old men shall dream dreams. Your young men shall see visions.
See? That's all flesh.
Yeah.
Right after he said he established his prophets, his spiritual prophets in Israel, he gonna pour out his spirit, his word gonna go on all flesh.
We just read in 2 Samuel 22.
I got you. But we had to back it up.
David said that he gonna teach the stranger.
Y'all
So
can read
it's
that.
consistent throughout the whole Bible. Elder Johannan brought up Ezekiel 47, 21 through 23. Everybody gonna get it. You can't stop them people from getting salvation.
Nope.
Read on, Elder.
Yes, sir. Acts chapter 2 and verse 18. And on my servants and on my handmaidens, I will pour out in those days my spirit.
Spirit means doctrine. Spirit means doctrine. John 6:63. Spirit means doctrine. All right. We read earlier in Romans 8. Spirit means doctrine. All right. So the Most High is bringing his servants and his handmaids. That's the doctrines that we got. You're going to pour out in those days his spirit, and they shall prophesy. So we out here explaining it and teaching it to you. That's what's happening. They're not teaching his spirit. They're teaching Nathaniel or Tazariak or Genesis or Johanna or whoever camp of T.D. Jakes or Creflo or
Woodrow.
All of these different, Pastor Woodrow, all of them out here teaching. But they're not teaching the spiritual doctrine like we are, because we proving it with 2 or 3. And them prophets in that chat letting y'all know what time it is. Next verse. Next verse.
Okay.
Verse 19. And I will shew wonders in heaven above.
Okay, so he gonna let you see the wonders is the miracles. The people getting the proper understanding. People gonna be like, wow, I see that. Okay, heaven is leadership and spiritual. Okay, so now we've risen up to where they're running from us. Okay, we're in heaven now. We own the doctrine now, because the Most High said he done had enough of them clowns.
I am the captain now.
Yes, you have the authority. Yes. Read.
And signs in the earth beneath.
Even the low-level people, they starting to see it. Sign mean wisdom.
Right.
All right, they getting the wisdom. Y'all see that? Read.
Blood and fire and vapor of smoke.
They getting the doctrine. That's all of them doctrines. These people converting because they learning what it all means. Read. We going down to 22.
Got you.
Verse 20. The sun shall be turned into darkness.
They had the sun. They was the ones who had the light. It's been turned to darkness because they're being replaced.
Yep.
All right. Their wisdom, sun mean wisdom. You got Ecclesiastes 7:11. You got Micah 3:6. Sun mean wisdom. All right. Read.
And the moon into blood.
Moon is a lesser light. All right. It's the light of the dark. Okay. And it's turned into blood. So their doctrine is defiled.
Yeah.
All right. Read.
Before that great and notable day of the Lord come.
The wisdom of 2 or 3 has come now. That's what's replacing it. Next verse.
Verse 21.
Uh-huh.
And it shall come to pass that whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall
Name
be
of the
saved.
Lord. The name of the Lord. So whosoever shall call on the name of the Lord shall be saved. Now, if I was a chump, I'd stop right there. Because I know in their precept packet, they go to that next verse to attempt to prove that it's talking about one nation, right? Let's go to that next verse.
I just explained it in Joel.
That's all right, though. We're going to do it again.
All right.
Verse 22. Ye men of Israel.
See that? It's talking about only the Israelites. I don't get it. It's talking about the Israelites. That's what they say, right? It's only talking about Israel.
With 3 for Israel.
Right.
Read.
Hear these words. Jesus of Nazareth.
So Jesus of Nazareth brought a particular doctrine. Read.
A man approved of God.
Spiritual. Read.
Among you by miracles.
He explained it. Read.
And wonders.
He explained it. Read.
And signs.
He explained it. Read.
Which God did by him in the midst of you, as ye yourselves also know.
Right. So my question to you, because it's saying that the men of Israel follow Jesus of Nazareth's doctrine. Y'all see that?
Yep.
They follow the wonders, the miracles, the signs, but those men are not teaching it. So the question is, who is Israel? Because if you're not teaching the 2 or 3, you don't know the mysteries of the kingdom of heaven, then you're not Israel.
Nope.
Y'all see that? I wanted to make sure we put verse 22 in this lesson.
Oh, yeah. That's why we had to hit him with that first
Ask
part.
you, who is Israel? Israel converted from Jacob in Genesis 32. He overcame the old man in him and began to walk before the Most High.
That's right.
So let's go to Genesis 32. I know it's just a little late, and I'm trying to get it all in.
I gotta face the wall.
They already did that. I don't know if it's gonna help them or not.
Gotta get my history lesson on. Where we
Yeah,
at?
go ahead and hit me with that verse 24. So we can tell the story of how you become Israel. I bet none of you are doing this. Read
Genesis,
that.
yes, sir. Genesis chapter 32 and verse 24.
And we just gonna talk it through because we ain't got a whole bunch of time. We'll give you the precepts.
And Jacob was left alone, and there wrestled a man with him until the breaking of the day.
Okay, so Jacob is the carnal man. He's wrestling with another man. He's wrestling with the old man within him before the breaking of understanding. Before he gets understanding, he wrestling. So you in a situation like, man, I've been sitting here following these nuts over here. Now I done heard this thing, and it's starting to make a little sense to me. So I'm fighting with the carnal belief and the spiritual belief that I'm learning. You're weighing the fire. That's why the Most High talk about scale. Because it's weights and balances. All right. It's got to be just weights. See that? He want the spiritual. Read
verse 25. And when he saw that he prevailed not against him,
whenever the old man was starting to lose out, read,
he touched the hollow of his thigh.
Okay, what's a thigh? Thigh's a bone. All right, if you want to know what a bone is, the Job 21, 22 through 24, Proverbs 16, 23 and 24, Isaiah 58, 10 and 11, Ezekiel 37, 11 through 14. That's bone. Write those precepts down. If you have to go on ahead and hit pause to get them all, do that. All right. So the old man started tinkering with the doctrine. He started, when Jacob started to convert, them guys started coming and trying to pull you back. Y'all see that? Read.
And the hollow of Jacob's thigh was out of joint.
But he can't go back now. He got too much information. He see that they lying. See what's going on? The man is fighting his belief system within himself. He's starting to convert. All right, read.
As he wrestled with him.
This is happening in your mind. You're Jacob, right? You're wrestling with the lies that you've learned from them camps and them churches that you've been following. You're starting to realize that those men are lying to get your money and to have power over you. All right, read.
Verse 26, and he said, let me go, for the day breaketh.
Okay, so he's starting to understand. He's saying, hey, let me go. All right, read.
And I will not let thee go, except thou bless me.
So now he's starting to realize he's converting. He's going to be blessed with a new understanding. Understand. Now they say this is an angel. All right. But the angel is a prophet.
Right.
It was letting you know the man fighting with himself in his brain.
Your mind.
All right. Read.
Verse 27. And he said unto him, what is thy name?
So what's the doctrine you following? Read.
He said, Jacob.
I'm carnal. Next verse.
I read the Bible literally.
Right.
Yes.
I'm a literal guy.
Right.
Planter.
Right. Read.
Verse 28. And he said, thy name shall be called no more Jacob.
He's saying in himself, I ain't following that carnal foolishness no more. Y'all see that? Read.
But Israel, for as a prince hast thou power with God.
Israel is the name of the new doctrine. As a prince is a prophet.
Yep.
Now has thou power, the doctrine with God, spiritual. Now you got the spiritual doctrine. That's where y'all at right now. All of y'all people that's starting to follow the spiritual doctrine. Y'all have converted to believing more of the spiritual. Some of y'all may have some carnal tendencies, but for the most part, it's out of ignorance, but you're moving forward toward the spiritual understanding. Read.
With God and with men.
So you got understanding of both.
Yep.
You see that? Read.
And hast prevailed.
Now you done gone and you've come and raised to a certain level. This is who Israel. We're telling you who Israel is. Israel are the people who convert from carnal thinking to spiritual thinking. All right. So that ye men of Israel is talking about the people who go through this process. They wrestle, meaning when you wrestle, you holding on to a belief. That's what wrestling talking about. That's Ephesians 6:11 through 13 and 2 Peter 3:15 through 16. That's like, whenever you wrestle. All right. You trying to hold on to a belief.
You thinking that spaceship coming?
Yeah.
But you know that chariot is a prophet. So you sitting there like, is that spaceship coming?
Did he actually call Elijah the chariot of God? Did he call Joseph second chariot?
Right.
But that made more sense.
Chariot coming over Cleveland.
Yeah, right. Exactly. The brother, why can't we be friends? Yeah. Now this ain't no close encounter, brother. Read on.
Verse 29, and Jacob asked him and said, tell me, I pray thee, thy name. And he said, wherefore is it that thou dost ask after my name?
He's saying this name ain't no good no more. You ain't that no more. All right. Read.
And he blessed him there.
So now he gave him a new understanding. He's saying don't look back. Read.
Verse 30, and Jacob called the name of the place Peniel.
That's where you are whenever you first start. Peniel. All right. That's unleavened bread. Y'all see what's going on? Read.
For I have seen God face to face.
Now I'm starting to understand what God actually saying. Read.
And my life is preserved.
But I still got some of them carnal tendencies. You see what's going on? Next verse.
Verse 31. And as he passed over Penuel,
he changed, right?
He changed. Y'all see that? Now he done gone up to got to be where he about that Pentecost. Read.
The sun rose upon him.
Them words in that Bible start dancing for you. It start, hey, wait.
Elder Cortez has Ecclesiastes 1:3, Ecclesiastes 2:11, Ecclesiastes 4:1 for the sun.
Yes. Y'all see that? Now he getting that wisdom. Again, them words, you sit there, you be like, man, how come I didn't see that before?
Right.
Your mind just open up. You just like, oh my goodness, man. And that's what's happening to Jacob. Y'all see that? Read.
And
sun is wisdom, it's light. So you got that.
Read.
And he halted.
What do halt mean?
Stop.
Read.
Upon his thigh.
He ain't talking about the man had no limp. That ain't what it's saying.
You mean he got a lip.
He stopped believing in that doctrine. Y'all see that? It's amazing once you understand what it's saying. It ain't talking about he had a limp like a pimp. All right.
Dang the dang with the golden cane.
Right.
Baby.
He stopped believing that. He stopped believing that lie he had been brought up in. Next verse.
Verse 32. Therefore, the children of Israel eat not the sinew which shrank.
See that they don't believe in that doctrine no more. Y'all see that? I'm telling you, a person of Israel don't believe in the carnal no more.
Nope.
Y'all see how that's working? Read.
Which is upon the hollow of the thigh.
Which is that carnal doctrine that he used to believe in. Read.
Highly.
Yes.
Unto this day.
We don't believe it to this wisdom that we have now. All right. It's been replaced. Read.
Because he touched the hollow of Jacob's thigh.
He went and touched that bone, that doctrine. Read.
In the sinew that shrank.
And it dribbled up. It shriveled up.
You see what it said? It says sin new.
New.
Yes. New sin.
New sin, bro. Most High click with the
It's
words.
funny how you do that, man.
Yeah, I know. Most High be on it. Most High be on it, man. All praises.
Yes.
All right, so let me go ahead and see what we can get here. All right, it said Jacob called the doctrine Penuel, which means to see God face to face. Doctrine to doctrine. His life and his life is preserved. He has understanding of both doctrine. The doctrine name changed to Penuel when he had full belief in the spiritual. He halted, stopped upon his thigh, means he stopped teaching carnal. The spiritual doctrine caused our belief in the carnal doctrine to shrink. We don't have any faith in it anymore. We converted just like Jacob. The men of Israel are the prophets that follows Israel's doctrine. Right. Jacob learned a wicked doctrine from his brother. It was a doctrine of hate. All right, and that's in well, we just gonna keep it moving.
Might get that next week.
Yeah, we might. It might be. All right. So now, what does this all mean? Pentecost is a more mature level of wisdom. You start off with 7 days of unleavened bread. Then you get to 7 weeks for Pentecost and are able to be considered an apostle. In the 7th month, the Most High dwells in your booth, your temple. Y'all see what's going on? However, there's one more level of wisdom.
Let's get it.
Which is Jubilee, which is 50 years. Y'all see what it's talking about now? We're not going to go to it. We're going to go ahead and close it out.
All right.
Okay, maybe we'll touch on that on a future class. But now y'all see is stages of a man's understanding. Days is unleavened bread. Weeks, that's Pentecost. Month, the 7th month, that's tabernacle. 50 years, that's Jubilee. Y'all see what's going on? So 3 times in a year you got to do that, and then after you've been riding the path for a long time, the Most High put you at the Jubilee stage.
Yep.
All right. So maybe we'll talk about Jubilee in a future class. We know that Pentecost is fast approaching, and there will be a lot of fanfare for the carnal observance. But remember that you must worship the Most High in spirit and in truth. You can't celebrate Pentecost unless you walk with Christ. All right. So that's the class, y'all. Hopefully y'all was able to get something out of it. You know, it's been a while since we were able to come together, and you know, we always enjoy this type of class when we can come together like we did. You know, we enjoy doing it, and we want to absolutely we want to thank all of our elders. Elder Cortez still dropping them. You know what I'm saying?
Right.
These people love y'all, man, and you know, it's not a whole lot of, you know, people not getting recognition, so to speak, for what they do. We try to do what we can to let you know. We got Elder Cortez. It's a lot of people. My man, Elder Rasta Tafari, he in the game. You know, we got Elder Eliashib. We got Elder Dexter. We got Elder Blesses, he that read. I mean, just so many of them. Elder DeAngelos. You know, we got all these people who are trying as best as they can to walk this path. They trying to do whatever they can to show the Most High that they believe in him. They showing that they love their neighbor. When you love your neighbor, that don't mean you got to go give him a hug and a kiss. That ain't what it's talking about. All right. It means that you willing to forgive your neighbor for not being perfect like you are. All right. It means that you willing to teach them because God said teach them. We showed y'all David was teaching all them people. He had all kind of nationalities in his kingdom. He was teaching all them people. All right. And so whenever some nut, come up in there and he start telling you, no, you ain't got to do what the Bible told you to do. You just do what I tell you to do. Maybe I might make you old captain. I might be able to give you 2 or 3 pence here and there in order to keep your little change in your pocket. That man ain't got no power over the Bible unless you give it to him. All right. So we hope that everybody enjoyed the class, and if nobody has anything else, I guess we
got one little thing.
Got something? Okay, go ahead, Elder.
Hey, if you're watching right now, you might be watching the repeat. We post this twice. If you want to see the precepts, you got to go over to the live tab and watch the video there. Then you get all the precepts that are in the chat. All right. I know people are saying we don't see the chat. You're probably watching the replay. So you got to click over to the live channel. Again, go to the homepage, go to live, and you'll see the class, the Pentecost class there. That will have all the precepts from all the works of these elders. All right?
Yes, sir.
Shout out to Elder Patricia, always up in there. A woman of
Sharon.
God.
Elder
Sharon.
Yes.
Got Elder Anderson. He was in the game today.
Yes.
We just Elder Contessa, I saw her check in. Listen, man, we got so many people, man. We so thankful that y'all are with us. Craft this, not that. That's my man.
Yeah, shut up.
Elder Craft this, not that.
There you go.
Just so you know. That man said, oh, bro, I'm up in here.
Yeah,
that's what I'm talking about.
I love seeing y'all every week in the chat,
hey,
man.
Yes.
It's a wonderful thing, man, and we just love the congregation, man, that, y'all sticking with us, man. Sometimes things go a little slow, man, and everybody just don't have the attention span to dedicate because we done been on here 4 hours, man. And, everybody can't hang to the end, and that's all right. If you get the opportunity, watch the rest of it later or whatever. But we really, really are blessed of the Most High to be able to bring this information to y'all, and we really want to thank y'all for y'all support that y'all giving us. Our senior seal was not here today. He had some things that he had to do, but he sent his love and his respect to all of y'all, and y'all just know we praying for y'all. We praying for your Elder Dexter. We praying for Elder Elisha. We praying for your wife, man, and we hope she continues to get stronger. And everybody who's having challenges and such, man, we just
pray for all y'all.
Pray
for all of y'all, and y'all pray for us.
Pray for us.
Pray for
You know what I'm saying?
Elder Stephen. He need all the prayer he can.
Man.
Oh yeah. Oh yes, indeed.
All praises to the Most
Oh, your
High.
honey too.
Yes.
So, double prayers for your boy.
Yes.
I'm telling you. So if nobody has anything else, man, we're going to go ahead and bid you all a shalom.
Oh, man,
Shalom.
I lost the water. Oh no, I lost the water.
No, get it together.
Oh man, hold on.
Nah, we do.
I don't know what happened.
No. We're going to be okay.
Okay, hold on. We got to make it official. We don't do the water drop.
Send a special prayer up.
I know. I told y'all to pray for me.
Hey man, you
I was
sure
joking.
you ain't on that fifth book of James?
Hey, Lord forgive me. Me and y'all went to the same school.
Hey man, whatever it takes,
Man.
man.